At the top is where you find me now. They gon' ready, no, I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top. Yeah, I rise with the stars. From the ground up, I rose from the dark. Every second I've been waiting for this moment. Stop, watch, the time is now. Bow down, the rep counts to 10, that's the end. The bell chimes, my hands up, my name rings, it's my belt. What drives the fight? We'll rise when it's time to shine. When it's time to shine. And yeah, it's time for mine. It seems we've been waiting now for most of our lives. I'm in control and I decide to drive to the top of when it's my design. It's been climbing, fighting, hands up it's tiring. Time spent below, they don't forget, I get reminded. Every day reminded of the stress and the test. For the day I get the title of the best, I'm a rise to it. At the top is where you'll find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top. And you know that's where you'll find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top.
fire burns right through. Your weakness is my fuel, and this time your demise is my first prize. And I've not forgotten all the pain, the wounds still cut deep, and I've followed every move you made. Now I am right here, I'm waiting, come find me. I'm everywhere, though you're blind to see. I'm boundless in the darkness, I must revenge. Fight and try, and watch me rise, create destruction, all the madness. You want it all, I'll give you all, but this time you'll bow down to me. Just fight and try, and watch me rise, create destruction, all the madness. You want it all, I'll give you all, but this time you'll bow down to me. Come to me, let me devour you. I am your God. Come to me, let me destroy you. I am your God. Come to me, let me devour you. I am your God. Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. You're breaking, I'm conquering. Where is your savior now? Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. You're breaking, I'm conquering. Where is your savior now? Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. I'm waiting, come find me, 'cause this time you'll bow down to me.
This is more than pressure. Soul, tears, this is more than effort. They try to tell me I was lesser. If all this makes diamonds, you should get your test done. But the fact is, they'll be hanging my name in the rafters. They'll be hanging my name in the rafters. Don't wanna see me when I'm active. Don't wanna see me when it's starting to rain and I still gotta go out and practice. Proved them wrong and changed my life, then told the story through my pen. And they wanna ask me how. If you didn't know me then of course you wouldn't know that. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom off of the hinges, boom off of the kitchen, boom off of the house. We ain't messing around, we just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go. They try to take me out of my existence, do you really think I'm giving up? Car broke, wallet full of dust, till I'm gonna go until I drop. Motivation really ain't enough, dedication really ain't enough, affirmations really ain't enough. You better run for your silence, cause the worst part of the war is quiet. We just go, we just go, we just go.
unlikely competitors for a spot in the grand finals if you're talking at the beginning of the year. With so many different Titans, it ends up being KT and Hanwha Life Esports in the upper bracket finals. We're about to crown to see who goes to Inspire Arena as the top dog. Welcome everyone, Digon alongside Ox and Wolf to break it all down. It is KT versus Hanwha Life Esports, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like upsets obviously happen in esports, and I think an upset happening, not too much of a big deal, but the fact we have both of these teams coming through into the upper bracket was a big surprise, and definitely an exciting matchup that we found ourselves having here.
Especially KT being in the upper bracket. Like, Hanwha beating T1, most of us predicted T1, but it was mostly 3-2s in that prediction. We thought that series was going to be close, but for KT to beat Gen.G, that was unprecedented. If you look at the lower bracket between Gen.G and T1, that old rivalry down there, most expected that, like many times before, would be our upper bracket finals, but it's flipped in half, so it means one of Gen.G and T1 is not going to Inspire Arena.
Yeah, Hanwha Life Esports achieving the potential that they knew they had in them throughout the year. KT, they're playing with house money. Like, I don't know how many people expected them to be here, but they were the ones that defeated Gen.G 3-2, joining T1 as the only teams to beat them this year. And that's how they're going to be riding on a high here against Hanwha Life Esports in our upper bracket finals as we take a look at the head-to-head between these two squads in 2025. It has been mostly one-sided with a very close opportunity for KT to get a win, but they fell short here, Dan.
Yeah, the round 5 match was that time when KT Rolster really came close to taking down HLE in that final game in the series. Was very close, did manage to do it, did take down T1 later in that week, so it was a bit of a crazy week for KT, but showed some of the struggles in that round 3 to 5.
And if you've been watching the LCK all year, you know that it took a long time for KT to really get online. The first 2 rounds, they were still experimenting with their roster. It's only very recently they've looked like a real formidable top team here in the LCK.
Yeah, well, one thing that we've noticed since play-ins and playoffs is the shift towards the jungle. Now, jungle was strong early in the year. We had nicknames for all the junglers, including Gideon Grubbs, but it has definitely been a huge change to that. As we also take a look at the KT and Hanwha Life Esports appearances in the finals. That's right, 2013, your eyes don't deceive you. That is 12 years ago was the first time that KT made it to the finals, and they won in 2014.
That's right, so a lot of history here for KT Rolster, a lot of near championships, as you guys could see, the triple runner-up in 15, 16, and 17. Hanwha Life Esports hadn't made it to the finals in 8 years, but they are our defending champions of the LCK. So we either have a new story here for KT, or Hanwha Life Esports continue that legacy.
Yeah, Score being a part of that roster last time KT won, and then of course all those members there on Hanwha Life Esports back, except in the top lane. And here it is, the jungle role being very, very important since play-ins and playoffs here, Ox.
Yeah, we've seen jungle be so impactful. It feels like the one-item spikes on the back of Sundered Sky have really allowed it to take over games, but also just the impact, being able to have so much impact in lanes with the amount of ganking you could do, but still carrying that over into team fights. We've seen junglers getting massive kill leads and really just taking over. So many of these series have been defined by junglers when it has come to these matchups.
Yeah, specifically both of those last series that they played in both Cuz and Peanut. Let's take a look at Cuz first, because we had the whole Cuz meta. We know that he can't take over games, but to do that against Gen.G and Canyon was a sight to behold here, Wolf.
And basically, what I want to highlight here with Cuz and BDD is the fact that some of these situations weren't pre-planned, right? There's a lot of really good punish, a lot of synergy between BDD and Cuz here in mid-jungle, in team fights, as well as just in the early laning phase here, as Cuz is able to come over here and bail BDD out, and they turn this play around. We see so many moments like this in the Gen.G series where Gen.G were a little bit too greedy, trying to punish the man in the mid lane. Cuz backs him up. A little bit of support from Peter as well throughout the series. But again, if you look at how these plays eventuate, it's Cuz going, wait a minute, I can actually see an angle here. BDD sidesteps the Tempered Fate in this situation and then kind of bait him in. Chovy gets caught here, has to flash. An amazing flash from Chovy on this play out of the Cataclysm, but still ultimately a huge success for the side of BDD and Cuz. And it's moments like this that we've seen more and more often in KT's rise here to the upper bracket finals.
And I think it's pretty safe to say when we talk about how this series played out, that LCK first All-Pro jungler Canyon got gapped by Cuz quite convincingly. You know, it felt like Canyon was pretty invisible in the series, and Cuz consistently across it was having more impact and able just to take over the game. It was a lot about that mid-jungle combination, but it was just Cuz really being that defining force and just having consistent impact in the series. Early ganks, a lot of pressure in team fights, finding these engages, finding the pressure, and just continuing to lead the charge.
Yeah, and Wolf, we had little inklings of it earlier with the performance that he had against B&K Furex. We didn't believe it. He then leads that big upset against Gen G, but it wasn't just Cuz with the resurgence here. Peanut as well, turning back the hands of time and coming up huge here against Owner, who also, alongside with Canyon, has been just so good all year long, but he did not give him or the rest of T1 an opportunity to make plays.
In its early game passing, Peanut, going back to some comfort picks here, the Poppy, the Vi, that really did T1 in. His early game, phenomenal, right? And this is what Peanut was so known for, being such a cerebral jungler, a jungler whose pathing is second to none. And you know, when you see plays like what we saw from Peanut in the series against T1, it does make it feel like he's back, because he was one of the worst performing members on Hanwha Life Esports, the most heavily criticized member, but his punish play against T1 was insane, punishing Guma and Keria often for being split, some overextensions in lane, and Peanut just ran away with the series.
And you gotta remember that after this series where Peanut frankly outclassed Owner went on to have a super dominant series against D+, where he was a very clear POM, qualified T1 a Worlds, and yet we have this series where HLE managed to 3-0 T1, and Peanut was having a phenomenal performance. So I think it was a great return form for Peanut, also for Zeka, but the mid-jungle was making a lot of plays happen, as you can see in front of you, and it felt like T1 was getting baited into trying to contest these plays and kind of falling for what Peanut had set up.
And we do know that KT is a mid-centric team, so maybe another opportunity to follow the playbook yet again for Hanwha Life Esports. As a lot of focus here on the Drake for KT, and these stats, yes, it's first and sixth, you know, first and last here in playoffs, but it's also telling of the strategy that these teams take.
Yeah, Hanwha Life play through Zeus, right, in the top side of the map a lot more. They think Viper's more self-sufficient. He could scale later on in the game, whereas we see KT playing a lot more towards the bottom side of the map, because Perfect is that weak side top laner. I think that does lead to a lot of scaling opportunities, though, in these drafts for KT, because they have dragon control so often, double dragon so often, that it buys them time to get online later.
All right, well, again, we'll see how that all plays on out here. Perfect having a lot of opportunity to not get helped there on the top side of the map and see how much he matadors. Now, we want to take a look at some of these drafts here, because that was a unique wrinkle that was pulled out by both of these squads, and we'll start with Hanwha Life's draft here against T1.
This is a draft I talked about a little bit previously in T1 series against T+, but I want to bring it up again because it was Hanwha Life who had that masterful Ziggs pick in the bottom lane. Viper's champion pool is so unique and so massive. He has mastery of so many meta and off-meta champions that if you leave yourself open in the bottom 2v2, you can absolutely get punished. And I think KT should absolutely be aware of this possibility.
This really felt like a situation where the intent was kind of telegraphed as going for the Zeri. That's what T1 expected. That's why they committed to like this anti-dive sort of bot lane that would really be hard for a Zeri to deal with when you're short range going in. And then the Ziggs came out, and it felt like T1 committed to trying to really deal with the Zeri pick and got completely baited here. So just kind of showing a great adaptation from HLE on that final pick.
Yeah, and now on the opposite side for Gen G against KT, the wrinkle here was in Game 5. It was Lissandra and Ox. You're pointing out, as we get later and later into Fearless, you have to find different champions that still operate as some of those premier champs.
Yeah, so this is Game 5. We'd seen Annie already picked, so it was not able to be picked again because of Fearless. And this was a situation where you'd love to have like Wukong Annie, right? You want that strong combination, that dive potential, that threat onto picks like TF, Kalista to be able to close the distance. And they sub in the Lissandra essentially for that role of the Annie, and it works really well. Is Lissandra as good as the Annie? No, absolutely not, but it serves a similar function, that CC, that engage potential, and I think this is the sort of strategy that teams need to do when you get later in Fearless. Find a pick that sure isn't as good, but fills a similar role. We've even seen teams start to ban away Lissandra later in drafts when Annie's not available, but you think, okay, the team might want to sub Lissandra in as a replacement. So I think this was a smart move by KT, and we saw them use this to win that pivotal Game 5 against Gen G.
Yeah, I think both uniquely a strength that they can show the flexibility, and obviously a weakness that they already did show it in a Game 5. We'll see what happens here between these two squads, and standing by are those coaches that will be doing the drafting with an interview.
But I want to talk before we can jump into that interview, Digon, about the mid-champion pools a little bit, because BDD is crushing it right now. This mid matchup is, BDD second all-pro, right? Zeka wasn't even in the conversation, didn't even make top 3. He's on form right now, but look at the champions that BDD is playing when he pulls these out late in the draft. Sure, the Azir, a high-prio pick he got his hands on, but otherwise, in that one win column, he's got the Tristan, he's got the Syndra, which is drawing bans, he's got the Zoe, and they pulled out Lissandra, the Ox just explained. He's also one of the only players still playing Aurora mid and dominating lane with it. He's the best performing mid laner right now in Korea, period. Zeka had a great performance against T1. He's looking a little bit better right now. But at the end of the day, Zeka really needs to step it up to be able to match both BDD's in-game skills, his mechanics, but also his champion pool and his flexibility.
We've seen what Zeka is capable of, obviously having won a world championship, and we saw in that HLE vs T1 series that he is still capable of those high highs, but he needs the highest of highs today up against BDD. You know, he's had a rough year, I'd say, in terms of his average level of performance, and I think if he's on a sort of low level of play today, he will be ripped apart by BDD.
All right, now we have those interviews standing by with the coaches of KT and Hanwha Life Esports.
안녕하세요. KT 로스터 팀의 감독을 맡고 있는 스코 고동빈입니다. 아직 좀 실감이 좀 덜 나는 편인 것 같고 온 만큼 꼭 이겨가지고 좋은 성적 내도록 하겠습니다. 큰 변화보다는 이제 선수들이 좀 그래도 강팀을 이겼다는 그 자신감이 좀 저희 팀에게 좋은 호재로 작용할 것 같습니다. 특히 요새 정글러들이 좀 동선을 좀 창의적으로 많이 쓰는 것 같아서 그런 부분이 조금 염려되는 것 같습니다. 1경기에 어떤 챔피언이 빠지느냐에 따라 좀 많이 바뀐다고 생각해서 1경기가 좀 중요할 것 같습니다. 키플레이어는 정글로 하겠습니다. 저번 경기 때 커즈 선수가 워낙 많이 잘했다고 생각해서 오늘도 좀 잘해줄 것 같아서 키플레이어로 선정하겠습니다. 오늘 3대1로 이길 것 같습니다. 이렇게 좋은 기회를 잡은 만큼 끝까지 또 잡아야 된다 생각해서 오늘 꼭 승리해서 결승 진출해보도록 하겠습니다. KT 로스터 화이팅!
네, 안녕하세요. 하나생명 e스포츠 감독 최인규입니다. 팀자조에 진출하게 돼서 굉장히 기쁘고 최선을 다해서 꼭 이겨야겠다는 생각밖에 없습니다. T1전 이기면서 좀 그런 부분에서 자신감이 올라와서 앞으로 남은 경기들도 이런 느낌으로 진행하면 될 것 같다, 이렇게 얘기했던 것 같습니다. 커즈 선수의 동선이나 또 이제 BDD 선수의 좀 여러 가지 챔피언 폭과 또 교전력 이런 부분이 좀 인상 깊었던 것 같습니다. KT가 보여줄 수 있는 챔피언들이 워낙 많고 또 어떤 전략을 펼칠지는 사실 예상 밖이라 좀 저희의 엠픽과 저희의 경기력을 더 신경 쓰고 있는 편입니다. 아무래도 초반 정글 동선이 되게 중요할 것 같고 또 이제 그 외적으로는 교전 부분이 제일 중요할 것 같습니다. 3대1 예상하고 있지만 3대0으로 시원한 승리했으면 좋겠습니다. 힘들게 얻은 기회이니만큼 꼭 잘해서 결승 직행할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 하나생명 화이팅!
I think it's funny how both coaches, former junglers, both of them emphasizing the jungle importance in this series. They get it. They get it.
They also follow along the storyline of 3-1 Andes. All coaches in every single interview throughout playoffs have selected a 3-1. A little bit of a 3-0
You know why?
at the end for Dandy.
3-0 sounds too confident, and then 3-2 not confident enough. 3-1's that perfect balance, you know?
Right. Well, let's see what we have here. Between us three, I got two KT predictors here, 3-2.
That's right.
All of us for cinema, but...
Notice they are
for the
5-game predictions as well, right? It's the draft flexibility that KT has shown late in Fearless. That is why I predict them to beat Hanwha Life Esports. I think with BDD's champion pool, you can open up a million doors in terms of what there is to play.
All right, Ox, you go first here with your one-liners and kind of protect your 3-2 pick here.
So for me, I feel like the meta has been so much about jungle. Jungle meta has been really important. And as much as Zeka and Pina had a big step up against T1, I feel like BDD and Cuz have been in phenomenal form. We saw that in the series against Genji where they took down Canyon and Chovy and frankly outclassed them in that series. I believe Cuz can carry. I believe if he comes in, shows that level of performance we saw in that series today, they will win this series.
Wolf?
The man himself. The man of the hour, the man of the season. If KT win tonight, everyone's going to be cracking open their 2018 BDD Classic bottles. The legacy of BDD began with Kingzone in 2018, but KT haven't won a single LCK title. They have not been in the finals until 2018, so that's the bottle you're going to be pulling off your shelf if BDD can get it done tonight. But KT fans are also a little bit worried about the man in the bottom lane here for Hanwha Life Esports. We didn't talk about this guy too much today, but in the series against T1, including the game he played Lucian on, he was at averaging 1,100 DPM, 70 plus KP, 37% of his team's damage across these picks. The scaling smolder in a tough draft to pull it off against the Kiana from T1 where they were behind. Viper is making it happen, so KT fans are worried.
Yeah, and then finally, real quick, it's award season over in the entertainment world, and the best supporting cast of the superstars on these two teams will lead them to victory. It used to be GE Tigers, used to be Rocks Tigers, used to be KT Arrows, used to be KT Bullets. A new chapter in this rivalry starts right now. The upper bracket finals. It's KT Rolster versus Hanwha Life Esports for a spot in the grand finals at Inspire Arena.
Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose. Counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been there before a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Makes me stronger.
호랑이 사냥을 시작합니다. 이렇게 호랑이 다운이에요. KT 롤스터의 원래 이름이 뭐였습니까? 슈퍼챔이었습니다. 야, 이건 진짜 KT 롤스터의 롤러코스터가 드라마틱한 경기력이었습니다. 올라가자. 이 HK 한도를 바꿨어요. 올라갑니다. 아니 하나 생명 뭐예요? 마지막 희망마저도 하나 생명이 짓밟습니다. 한화 체급 생명, 체급 전차. 하나 생명의 전차가 얼마나 날카롭고 매끈하게 정비되어 있을 것인가. 우리가 알던 버스 스탠드 때 그때 봤던 한화 생명 같습니다. 롤러코스터 열차도 달렸는데 전차도 달리고 이대로 가자.
And welcome back to the Woori Bang 2025 LCK playoffs. We are here for the upper bracket final match between KT and Hanwha Life Esports. I'm Valdez. With me is Chronicler. How are you feeling today, Chronicler?
I'm feeling great. No further notes. I can't wait to see what today's series is going to bring. I was kind of afraid. The subtext here obviously is that this is my last cast in Lowell Park, but that's not the only last time. The last time that KT went to the LCK finals was in Incheon 2 in 2018. So there are signs here, Valdez.
There are a lot of signs, a lot of final things going to be happening today. Same for Peanut, who did announce that he is going to the military next year. This will be his final match in Lowell Park. So a lot of history being made today. And who leaps to the finals first? KT Rolster racing towards their first LCK finals in 7 years versus the defending champions in HLE.
Which is crazy to think about. If we had done our POC State prediction episode, no one would have gone for this. This is the one that, like, imagine how cool would be. No one would have thought that this was within the realm of possibility, that this was our upper bracket final, but here we are. It is KT versus Hanwha Life. As jungle bathing, it was already talked about extensively during the space, and it bears repeating because, as even Dandy's admitting, KT's team fighting and Cuz's pathing were impressive, and we'll tailor our game plan, which, to me, the tailoring of that game plan was the reason why T1 got swept, because Hanwha Life's preparation was actually impeccable, and I can't wait to see that clash of Cuz's form versus the preparation of Hanwha Life here today.
It's a very cool story, and one of these teams will be moving on as we got the Maestro BDD versus the Super Soldier Zeka. 9 champions in 9 games for BDD. His deep champion pool has run the Rift. What will he show against Zeka this time? And we've touched on it a little bit in the pre-show. Definitely saying that this is a team run by the mid lane, and it does feel like in current form, BDD should be favored in this matchup. So wouldn't be surprised to see more KT predictions, but let's see who else win for it, as so far nobody.
Yeah, and really, I'm playing both sides, so I always get out on top, because if KT win, the KT fans will be grateful for my 3-0 prediction.
Yeah.
But if Hanwha wins, I'm right. So I'm always good.
Yeah, I feel
good
like
stuff.
That's an Atlas line of thinking, and I feel like generally Atlas would do the 3-0 as well, but he went for 3-1.
Well, now I feel
very strange.
Now I feel worse about my prediction.
What did he mean by that?
Look at this.
3-1. He's like a little bit excited for KT, or what does he mean? Yeah, it's very close. I think the hype behind KT is real, and for a good reason. They took out Gen G of all teams, and yes, Gen G weren't playing their best game, but just the form we saw from KT was really awesome to watch. As we're getting ready to introduce our players and our teams. As Perfect, the top laner of KT Rolster, will hit the Rift once again. He has shown that he has been able to level up and deal with the pressure, moving up from his rookie title from years past and becoming one of the mainstays here at the LCK.
And also a player that I think we can often see attempt his best dealing with the pressure. Very visibly shaken sometimes, extremely happy other times when he is able to buckle or rather to withstand the pressure. The big issue for me today is I think on paper this is the biggest mismatch of the day, because there have been periods where Zeus hasn't necessarily been in his best form. That was not the case in the previous series. Zeus has been a mainstay top laner in the LCK, really him very often being considered the best top laner, even in his worst. Would still be clinching like 13 All-Pros without too much of a hitch. But in form, I think the most game-warping top laner that we have, and we kind of saw that in the previous series as well.
HLE will take the cup. See if they can. If they win tonight, they go directly to the grand finals at Inspire Arena. Here's Cuz, a man who shaped the series around him and said it's not only about BDD, you have to respect my jungle, as it is kind of all about the jungle nowadays.
Really was. Had an absolutely stellar performance. And I thought that Cuz was already trending slowly upwards, but this wasn't slowly. This was exponential growth. completely taking control of so many facets of the game. And I was also happy to see that Peanut was back. That series was, I think, the best we've seen him look, going all the way back to like just before Road to MSI when the decline of Humble Life kind of started. But Old Man still got hands.
Old Man's got hands. Also here in his final match at LOL Park, gave out gifts to all the staff.
Which were delicious, by the way.
They were actually amazing as he's reaching out past the many different layers of the stands to try to get high fives with people. Peanut, a consummate professional, always demands respect, as here is BDD. Definitely, if you are a KT predictor, a lot of your cards, a lot of your money will be on this guy to outperform in the mid lane.
There's a reason why this man has been so often mentioned in a region known for his mid laners. BDD, one of the players that just keeps surprising us. And this one, we shouldn't be surprised anymore. We also were expecting him to have a great performance, yet he surpasses even that, as the Digimon fan signs have been a very welcome addition to the fan sign meta.
Yeah, the Agumon eating an orange is BDD representative of eating Humble Life Esports. And we'll see if he can get a bite tonight, or if it will be Chronicler's prediction of the 3-0. Here's Zeka. Did not make any of the all-pro teams this time around, but we do know that he can clutch it out when it comes to these high-pressure best-of-5s. He was, of course, on the 2022 DRX roster that did win Worlds.
We always bring it back for good reason. And I think for a large part of 2024, he was also just one of our best mid laners, period. Not on specific champions, not in specific metas. He was just up there. I think that this year has been, thus far, somewhat of a lesser year for him. Barring the start, as we head toward the bot lane, Dokdam has been having games that have blown me away. I think consistently he's been solid, but every now and then you get a Dokdam game and you look up, you're like, how is he 12-0? Like, what happened?
He's just really good. He's a really good player. I feel like the AD carry role especially was clogged up with just amazing talents, which is why he didn't quite get the recognition of an all-pro spot, but still a fantastic AD carry. And he is going up against Viper here, who obviously was highlighted by Wolf as well on the Space pre-show as being a problem for T1.
The fact that even though I think the team as a whole did well, we still had, I think it was Wolf's comment going Viper Life Esports, and it felt like that was valid because it was just that good.
Yeah.
Even though the rest of his team performed admirably. Incredible AD carry, has been fighting for the top spot together with Ruler, with Guma. The three of them were the overwhelming amount of votes, as you and me both, Brendan, know the vibes that this man brings. The one and only Peter coming down here, beloved for his ceremonies, but also a very outspoken, I think, part of what makes the KT magic happen. Saying stuff like, it doesn't matter. If we're not doing well, I am going to keep the mood up. And it's that type of, I think, teamwork and mentality that allows him to pop off the way that he does.
Yeah, the express train, the express roller coaster coming through for KT Rolster. Here is Delight, the Engage Master, and has been looking stronger here in the playoffs. Feels like a lot of these Humble Life Esports players just immediately level up their form when it does come down to these best-of-5s.
Bro talent, of course, as we all know.
Obviously.
First and foremost. But Delight, many times, kind of similar to me to Zeka, where there were periods where he was just the best engaged support. Keria had his niche in different style of picks, but when it comes to engaging five-man fights, Delight really was, I think, the standout. Had a bit of a dip in form this summer, like many players on Hanwha Life. But we are back here today. The walkouts are done. I can't wait to see what kind of series this will be, and I think we'll know very quickly. After game number 1, I think we should be able to get a pretty good idea of what these two teams have in store for us. I can't wait, Valdez.
Yeah, I think that KT Even Score mentioned it, like a lot of the draft bucks that you have to use in the Fearless drafting system will be shown in game number 1 and utilized. We'll have to wait and see how the drafts get formed afterwards. As we're taking a look at the mid lane, key players here, as it's BDD up against Zeka. So far in playoffs, you know, Zeka has higher KDA. They did take the 3-0. That is the only match they have played, so it makes sense that he's got really high stats there. But certainly is going to be where we see a lot of the action happening here on this Rift in the mid lane.
As Coach Score, that was for both teams, I think in different ways, a large reason of why they were able to be so successful. For Hanwha Life, it was the targeted draft. They very clearly knew what T1 was going to do, and they had great responses prepared. Whereas for KT, it just felt like no matter what game they ended up with, the comp as a whole looks cohesive, leaning heavily on just the wide champion pools of particularly, again, BDD, as we often talk about. But even something like going back to that Game 5 draft, the fact that Peter very early on was like, get me that Maokai, we can make this work, I think really speaks to the creativity of both these two teams. As we get into the impossible upper bracket fight. I still can't believe it, Val. That's KT versus Hanwha.
Doesn't make any sense. KT's here. Hanwha Life Esports is here. I feel like the Hanwha Life Esports one, much more believable.
That one, I think the 3-0 sweep was surprising, but we did know Hanwha is a good team, right? We saw them win an international at the beginning of the year.
They did, yeah.
That did happen.
They also did win LCK last year. So there's that. Was a bit of an upset, except to Ox, who is just the Oracle.
He knew. They were due.
Apparently they were. As we are getting into this draft here, everything kind of going as expected. The Annie ban first against BDD.
There's the respect being paid to Peanuts Poppy. Might see that continue as a mainstay ban. There is obviously also the risk of delight, but particularly with junglers really trending towards level 3 ganking, it would make sense that Poppy just will go up higher in prio. It really is one of those things to me where I feel like our bot lanes get used to being gank level 3, and then they kind of start playing more defensive and warding differently, and then it stops working. But then after a while, that knowledge kind of wears off as the Jarvan prio remains sky high. That might be picking Jarvan into Taliyah, but obviously as KT, you kind of want to deny the Orianna, which is otherwise definitely going to come through here. So I don't think
Taliyah Pantheon.
Okay. Yeah, I was actually wondering about this because I do think that the Orianna Jarvan is an insane combo, and I think Orianna also is going to be feeling very comfortable into the Taliyah. But it is BDD's Taliyah as we are considering the Xin Zhao here. For me, Xin Zhao obviously not quite as strong as the Pantheon, particularly when the Pantheon can pop off, but I do think it's a better matchup into the Jarvan, which is probably why we see this come through here for Cuz.
Yeah, that's very fair, as Pantheon has fallen off bit by bit, little by little, in terms of draft priority. As we're thinking about the Aurora, should be for the top lane, as you'd imagine we see Orianna, but a lot of talking from Zeka. Obviously can be flexed, this Aurora pick, but is still very high tier at this point, so kind of swapping the camera angles between Zeka and Zeus, knowing that it could go either way, as there is Corki.
I actually really like this here for Hanwha because what this does is it makes unclear where the Aurora is going to go. Could go towards both Zeus and Zeka. Aurora is also hard to counter, I do think, so that gives a little bit of extra leeway to that. And you pick up one of the best AD carries in the current meta. Corki doesn't really have weaknesses. Feels like he's just strong at any point. He's very safe. And I think Doctom has also had a number of exceptional performances on it, so it makes sense that they would ban it away, as I think both sides kind of getting stuff that they're happy with. Perfect on a tank, makes sense. I think that he has really been able in his most recent series to take the hit when he needs to, but not go down too far. That was always a problem for him, I think, where he was willing to just be weak-sided, which is fine, but not quite knowing when to drop the turret, which ended up with him getting punished a lot. And with Cyan, there is obviously a little built-in safety as well.
Showing respect for the mid Aurora here. It's definitely something that Zeka can play to a high level. And Sivir also going to be banned. It's pretty interesting that they banned that when they already have Jarvan, but showing respect to Doctom Sivir here in this draft. Will we see an Orianna ban?
And I know the Sivir has a good matchup into Corki, but that one, to me, feels like not the most convincing ban because you have the Jarvan. Jarvan, to me, is one of the best ways to deal with Sivir very consistently. There is a lot of appeal for KT roster, so maybe they don't want to run the risk, or they want to just make sure that they secure a good bot lane matchup. And with how bot lane... It's funny, because I think we've been talking a lot about the jungle, but the jungle has also been instrumental in, like, tower diving consistently and just level 3 ganking bot lane. So it kind of goes both ways. So making sure that you get a good bot lane matchup will help your jungler to have a big impact as well, which is why we see the double AD carry bans towards Docdom here.
Will we see the Nico here early, or is it just going to be something like an Alistar?
For Peter, I think we'd have to.
Or do we just wait and pick AD carry and then see what you get on the bottom lane and then pick your support? Really depends on whether you want to prio something like a Nico or if you want to just pick Kai'Sa and threaten Kai'Sa Nico.
I don't love that for KT. I gotta say, I think that when you're playing a 2-carry composition, Kai'Sa as an AD carry, that can really struggle. Because as much damage as she offers, it is mostly burst. And Taliyah, I think, kind of suffers from the same issue. So Kuz is going to have a big performance here. And then it's going to be Alistar. And then we'll see what goes top lane, what goes mid. And then it's going to be the R5 Nico. One would have to imagine here, even into the Alistar. I think Peter's the best Nico that we have. And will be a shock. We've also seen that matchup a lot. But he could also go towards the Nautilus, which is another combo we always see with the Kai'Sa. I guess you could go, I'm double checking, like Rakan as well. So there are actually a good amount of options here.
Yeah, it's game 1. Fearless draft. As we're thinking about Rek'Sai. Okay. Just playing this top lane, you would have to imagine.
Yeah.
The Aurora's going mid. You have a lot of flexibility in things you can pick into the Scion. As this should be Nico. We'll see if the Rek'Sai or Alistar pick deters him from taking it.
Yeah, so Alistar, we do see a decent amount into Nico, which is why I think Delight prioritized that, because it really does make getting consistent access to the backline a lot harder, and it does look like Peter is going to respect that. His Rakan is still incredible. Kai'Sa Rakan is also a classic, because we know the laning phase, very lackluster. I kind of wonder how it will play out, though, because the level 1 of Alistar obviously isn't amazing either, and I'm very certain both junglers are going to be looking to try and get their bot lane ahead. If the Kai'Sa Rakan really does fall behind, I think they can struggle. But if you get out of laning phase unscathed, that combo is disgustingly strong, and I think it also really provides even more access for Docdom into the backline with the Plasma stacks. That top lane matchup, though, I can't wait to see, because we have seen the top lane Rek'Sai come back a little bit, Zay's included, but I was going to look into the Scion. I think that, especially if you can get an early lead, could be really oppressive to play into. As can't believe that game 1, we're just getting the Rek'Sai immediately here for Hanwha.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, they're holding on to some picks that they can obviously utilize in the future for the top lane. From stuff that was left available. We had Ambessa banned, we had Gwent banned, the Aurora was going mid lane, so it kind of felt like a good opportunity when a lot of stuff was taken away that's high tier. And so we're going to get to see it firsthand here in game number 1, alongside of Kai'Sa in game number 1 for Docdom. We'll see how that pans out as we're ready. Let's hop into the rift for game number 1. All right, game number 1 on the cards here. The winner of this goes directly to the grand finals at Inspire Arena. They don't have to play any kind of lower finals or any of this. They have earned their spot here, and they're looking to earn their spot directly into the finals.
And if you're wondering why the Rex has come back, we had the tank Rex, I think, last year meta for a while, which was not very fun and interactive for everyone playing into it. Did get a little silly. I remember we had I think it was spring playoffs as well. That was we saw it a lot, and the amount of healing was doing in skirmishes was ridiculous. But
there was no Fearless.
Yes, there was not. A couple of patches ago, they changed her E, and I'm pretty sure that this was they've kind of is one of those things that they keep going back and forth on, has the true damage back, which I'm pretty sure at Max Fury it used to have, then it was taken away, is now back, which is, I think, one of the reasons why we've seen the Rek'Sai, particularly into tank matchups, where obviously you can get a lot of value. As we do have something that we've already seen this playoffs, it's coming through again, which is the lane swap to come through here. So we have Dokdom by himself in the top lane, as the Kai'Sa, and especially level 1, is going to be feeling good. Zeus already taking a big chunk there from the isolated Q, and normally you'd obviously be very happy to go and brawl with the Sion level 1. Instead, I think level 2 you still have a good amount of threat, but you got to be careful, because Kai'Sa definitely has a ton of damage here, especially if he can get you isolated.
Yeah, it's essentially just a free-ranged into melee matchup in the top lane, but you're not playing top Kai'Sa. It's your 80 carry, so it gets you a lot of value. The Sion doesn't need a lot of farm, doesn't need a ton of XP. Yes, can fall behind the Rek'Sai a little bit faster this way because he's sharing XP, but doesn't really matter because Sion just functions in a certain way, and eventually you just leave anyway as the Rakan. And Peter is just going towards the mid lane and leaving the Sion solo farm.
And that does make sense, as Delight is waiting here. They're going to be able to find Cuz here, but I don't know. There's not really anyone else in position. They do know the blue buff is being taken, so they know Cuz is on the bottom half of the map, which should be enough to buy some safety here, as he's going to, I think, just spot him for now. Peanut might make his way over. I don't think Cuz is going to check this brush.
Cuz might get into a lot of trouble if he was going to step up there. He's going back towards his blue. They have a ward in the dry brush. And he's already here, Peanut, as in the jungle he goes. Delight setting this one up. Cuz with a very large flash to get away, but he still will lose his blue buff.
I love this play here from Humble Life. So what they do is they obviously... KT is expecting him to match the lane swap. Delight goes missing. That makes sense. He needs to travel towards top lane to try and match Peter, who's playing towards the top half of the map, and obviously could be playing towards his bot as well, but Corki is so self-sufficient. Makes sense that you make the read that he would be going towards the top end. Instead, gets a very early invade. Do note, he was snuck in there, and Cuz knew something was up, because he did actually ward in the tri-brush, but he was already there. And as a result, this lane state is horrible, by the way. Zeus does have Delight on the way now to help him out. They're going to get the flash out of Cuz. It's a big win here early on for Humble Life. And it's, again, the preparation is... Oh, no.
Peanut hiding on Bush, and Viper already on top of him with the Valkyrie. First blood given over to Viper. As Zombie Sion is getting in there. Viper probably going to have to go for a barrier here, but no. Not scared, not as scared as I am, and he holds on to it. As now we got a gank up on the top side, but that is Rek'Sai, pretty difficult to lock down.
And Zeus, yeah, if this was tank Rek'Sai, I'd be feeling a lot better in this 1v2, but that was gutted for good reason. So this wave state is still really rough. Viper not going to be nearly as buttered, though, as he did just pick up a kill, courtesy of Peanut, who really is making his impact known. And this goes back to, I think, the topic of the day. The preparation for Humble Life in that series against T1 was impeccable. And I think we're seeing it again here. I was actually wondering, because Peanut started topside, and Jarvan is one of the few junglers that can't, that's very cute, actually reliably gank no matter where he is, right? As soon as he has access to level 2.
Yeah.
But instead just path to bot, and it was like, I don't know, maybe you could punish top. He had a plan in mind, and it worked out nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see Peanut finding so much success here very early on in this match. As now we've just got the two bottom lanes in the top lane and just the standard top laners in the bottom side. As the Rek'Sai actually being denied a lot more farm behind 7 CS. But very curious to see how this matchup is going to play out.
There you see that maximum Fury E. Emax as well going to be doing a crazy amount of damage here to Perfect. Zeus just relying on the space damage for now, only sitting on a Ruby Crystal, as we do see, I don't think they spotted Cuz there, but it's so hard to lock down this Rek'Sai. So it does look like they are going to just give up, which I do think makes sense given the prio, as well as the fact that you'd rather be the Aurora Rek'Sai Jarvan than the Sion and Talia if you are looking for a 3v3 skirmish.
Yeah, absolutely. As Hololive Esports, they have not taken a first dragon, as was highlighted by our pre-show. They're going to get their first one here. KT Rolster were actually first in playoffs amongst all their games. They had something like a 66% rate of getting this first Drake. This time it will go over to Hololive Esports, and it's a mountain, so not half bad. Not the best first Drake you can get, but still going to be an early objective, as now Delight trying to bully Cuz here just a little bit. Viper is coming down, gets knocked up, but that's the grand entrance down. A dodge on the wind becomes lightning, and now Viper is totally safe and has the whole team behind him. Everything utilized to try to take down the Corki, who's totally safe, and that's going to be 2 kills going over to Hololive Esports.
And that is 3 kills. 1 feat already picked up here by Hololive. As, oh, get me a replay of that skirmish. A lot of movement there. But you gotta question the decision for KT to really go in aggressive on these type of skirmishes. Particularly when you don't have your Rakan ultimate yet. And I think they need 6 so much more than Hololive does, who also did have their ultimates available. But I think in these early skirmishes are always going to be feeling good. As we take a look here, because as you can see, KT, both the jungler and support, so far up here. Viper with a really nice sidestep. And then even though Viper gets trapped here, he has both sums, so he's at no point ever unsafe. As the Jarvan Prio pays off massively, Zeka ends up being paid handsomely as well. And that is KT, I think, kind of overplaying their hand. You really want to try and play with a numbers advantage when you have Kai'Sa and Talia specifically. Didn't end up coming to fruition. And that is a big cost, because that's going to be the Grubs as well. Hololive running this early game.
Yeah, Hololive just coming to this playoffs looking like they're ready to win a championship. I don't know what it is, but their form in the regular season, it was good. I mean, they still got second place, but at the same time, it wasn't this good. I'll tell you that. So KT running into a brick wall at first here in the beginning of game 1. It is totally run by the side of HLE. They got the first objective. They got the first 3 kills, the feats of warfare. Now they're going to get a second objective as well, with all 3 of the Grubs being taken here. And so far we haven't had as much of an impact out of Cuz. He tried to make that gank up on the top side onto the Rex side at one time, but outside of that, has just been kind of relegated to farming.
But it's because of the plan that Hanwha had, right? Like, particularly in a Bruiser versus Bruiser matchup is...
All right, Viper, really testing himself here. He does still have the flash, as he's trying to get out. There's the flash, and he will be able to with the help of Delight after a bit of a whoopsie. And a nice play from Peter and Duckdown.
Mistake from Viper there, really nicely punished by the KT bot lane. Fighting back a little bit there. Getting the kill would have been nice, but just getting the sums is still a big deal, as, oh, he is sticking around with his refillable.
Yeah, they want to go for the play, as Duckdom is kind of in no man's land here, getting engaged on. And he can only run towards trying to get the kill, though. One last auto, he will at least be able to do that, but it's still a kill being given over to Viper as well. He had to flash to get out of that one. Duckdom kind of in a wonky spot.
Yeah, the 1-for-1 saves it from being a complete disaster, but it's still Duckdom who ends up having to flash. Ends up having to give up the wave here, so he's going to be falling further behind in the CS department. And there isn't really anything on the cross map for KT, right? Like the topside play ends up working out nicely for Hanwha anyway. Viper gets accelerated towards 2 Spike. Should be getting close towards the Triforce sooner rather than later. And these 1-item spikes for Hanwha are kind of disgusting, Veldas. I'm a little worried.
Yes.
Because we have... obviously Sundered Sky, but at least Cuz will get that one as well down the line, because that lead isn't that big. But there's also Zeka versus BD when it comes to his actual first item impact. Because it's going to be Leandris versus Seraphs. And not even Seraphs, with the...
Archangel Staff.
It's going to be Archangel Staff.
250 stacks or something. Very sad. Against the 2-0, Leandris finished Aurora.
Yep.
And this Aurora, I mean, it was picked very early on. It obviously is still quite high tier here at the LCK, and it was flexible. I feel like it was a great pick to pick up. It was like tier list drafting from HLE, but it made sense because it was so flexible alongside of the Corki. And then they even pull out the Rek'Sai, not even really spending that many Fearless draft bucks here early on in the series, as Cuz trying to wait around. Nice dodge to the right from Zeus, but actually gets interrupted, goes into the ult, and now tries to flash away, and is not able to tunnel just yet, and is being bullied. Finally is going to get over the wall, and is making this quite difficult as he is very fast. Here comes the wall, and eventually Zeus will go down. They get the kill over to BDD, but Zeka gets some free time with the mid turret.
A little horror movie there. As nicely done there by Perfect. He simultaneously got the smash off, while also one of the reasons why Rexa started the game is because of her tunnels. He also was standing on top of the tunnel. So he denied access to that, meaning that Zeus wasn't actually able to get out. There will be a dragon given over for this, so double dragon does come through here for Hanwha Life, which is nice, but still KT fighting back and keeping the gold lead within touching distance.
Yeah. That is Rakan, so he's totally fine. We got a Cloud Soul on the way.
Ooh.
And certainly going to be pretty nice. All that movement speed as Cuz is going on in, and Peanut is going to be cut down. Finally gets punished for some aggressive play here.
Love to see it. KT fighting back valiantly, getting the kill over to Dokdam as well, which is a big deal. When that core cashes out, is also going to be feeling a lot better here. And particularly with this comp, if you look at where the gold is, kill going over to BDD, now another kill going over to Dokdam is definitely a big deal. Peanut, way too far up, right? I know his bot lane is in the general vicinity, but his mid lane isn't. Mid lane is catching a wave, so he can't be that far up. Very nicely done by Peter there. Gets the Charm Flash into the immediate W, and that sets up nicely for BDD. The single target lockdown and damage that's available for KT is exceptional. And those type of messy skirmishes, I think what they gonna be continuously creating. Trying to get someone into the back line so that Dokdam can dive in, that Cuz can create space. That gold lead, basically down to nothing. Hanwha Life, I think, still in a good position to get defeat the objectives that they've gotten, but this does mean that the item spikes don't really get out of control.
Yeah, they don't get out of control, and it feels like KT is in a pretty good spot to scale up here. The Kai'Sa very much got out of the lane totally fine with some of their shenanigans early on, actually ahead 100 gold as well, so feeling very good as Dokdam able to pick up 2 kills for himself in the last couple of minutes. And so that means this Kai'Sa is actually going to be a problem eventually for HLE, and they weren't able to shut it down early. So going to be pretty interesting to see how this one all does pan out. Viper being very annoying, but Peter is here to heal up Dokdam.
Also, this Rek'Sai has not really been able, due to the continuous lane swaps and the attention from Cuz, to get that much of a lane advantage as...
Okay. He's able to surf his way to safety.
Not even close. The only CC that can knock him off there is the Flag and Drag, which Peanut used. They still get the Talia ultimate, which I think is nice for giving yourself a little bit more safety in river plays. But BDD also not going to be too sad about not having to use anything else. Nice and back and forth early here, Feldes. That's what you want in the game one.
Yeah, it's definitely setting the stage for this best of 5. Was a little bit worried when I saw the early game and HLE just dominating them. I was like, okay, well, maybe this is going to be just the Chronicler prediction of 3-0, but that's really not been the way these playoffs have gone. We've seen a lot of teams get Game 1 victories, and even very dominant Game 1 victories, and then just lose. Or have it be very back and forth.
I do remember that. I do remember that, Feldes.
Yeah.
Thanks for reminding me.
Didn't want to name anyone specifically, but because I am casting with Chronicler.
What team would do that? Win Game 1 convincingly and then get swept.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Well, there is one team who did that recently.
Yeah, I'm
Most recently,
aware.
actually.
Yeah.
On Thursday.
Yes, they did. Don't need to...
Against T1. So now KT trying to aggressively posture here, as they've already lost the feats, as you did mention, but still, if they could get a Rift Herald, would be a good way to continue getting back in the game.
And the line for KT to walk is also fairly thin, because they only have BDD and Dokdam to do real damage. Obviously, Cuz right now is still going to be doing a lot, but he will kind of peter out as the game continues. So Dokdam and BDD need to be very deliberate about where they are. If they get focused down, they could be in big trouble, and Hanwha Life is looking for the angle.
Yeah, Talia combo is down, and there's Delight, gets right in onto BDD. The follow-up from Peanut is beautiful. And now Cuz in a lot of trouble. Nowhere for him to go. Even Zeus joins in here with his own TP. And unfortunately, for Perfect, he also TP'd and did nothing as he was a little bit too late to the fight. Not his fault, but HLE take a massive fight here around the Rift Herald.
That's exactly what we mentioned. This Talia, if you can get the rocks, maybe it can keep you a little bit safe against the Jarvan, but if you don't have flash and he ults on you, you will die. There's just no way to survive that, but all credit goes to the Light, the one that set that up. When you look at the engagement here, you can see they catched him in the choke point. That's the big deal. Peter tries to block it with the ultimate, but the Light still gets the combo. The follow-up from Peanut is impeccable, and as soon as even one of the carries goes down, the fight is just a bust. They just need to get out, but they're not really able to do so. And now the gold lead firmly back in Hanwha's favor.
Yeah, that's one way to climb that giant cliff of a gold difference over time graph.
Oh, and that's now soul point fight here, possible for Hanwha. Zeka has TP, BD doesn't. BD does have his ultimate, but still need to be careful here with any fight that you take as KT. This is, you're one bad fight away from, I think, fully losing control of the game. His lead, you can still maneuver around, but I don't know. I don't think you want to give up soul point, especially against Hanwha, but you might not have a choice.
Yeah, you got 2 items here on the Kai'Sa, and so maybe that's going to be your way of actually fighting, hoping that Duckdom can do enough damage with a good engage. You know, Delight down his flash now, but everybody else has their flash on the side of HLE, and so certainly a way for the rest of them to get in with some nice engages, especially Zeus and Peanut, looking at them. As, yeah, HLE just going to bully them out.
Yeah.
And they say, well, you can't really do anything about this. Perfect is nearby. Certainly peeking his way in, but KT not committing to the fight just yet, as we have the Battle Rift Herald drop down just in case. Zeus is going to pick this one up. They boop Cuz away, and here comes the knockup onto the enemy jungler. It does miss, but still going to be the Drake going their way, as in goes Duckdom on a Peanut, but now he's in the pit and in a very vulnerable spot, as immediately they just turn onto him. Duckdom is down, and that is all your damage gone. As Perfect is alone, has to flash away. Zeus tanky enough, and BDD was never able to do anything in that fight, and this one is very quickly slipping away into the hands of HLE.
Couple of things came together there. Viper was already out of the pit when the engage came in. Really big deal there is because they spotted Peter early. They had full awareness, like Hanwha really doing their homework. So they spotted Peter on the flank. The Perfect was marked very early on, because the KT comp thrives when you can create chaos, when you can segment members off, then use the mobility of your Kai'Sa, of your Rakan, and they attempt to do that here, but because they know where Peter is, you will see here Viper is out of the pit as the rest of the team arrives, meaning that instead Duckdom goes in onto Peanut. Peanut, even if he would have gone down, wouldn't have minded, but that means Duckdom is just stuck in the pit, ends up going down, and to me, again, I really don't like the Kai'Sa in this composition. I feel like with the Talia, you would much rather have something that tries to play further front to back. Because Kai'Sa, that wasn't a great ult from Duckdom, but if he doesn't ult in, I don't know if they have enough rep. Maybe you just need to ult and hit the front line or just try and play it a little bit slower. But in that case, Hanwha Life probably just dip, and you don't really get anything out of it. But the result doesn't end up going very well here for Hanwha Life.
Yeah. If Duckdom doesn't ult in, he's a 2-item Kai'Sa who's sitting in the back, short range, and getting zoned away by all of those threats on HLE. And now we're looking at 3,500 gold, the lead here. 3 Drakes as there is the engage directly on the Zeka. Nowhere for him to go. Up against 3 as they had the damage with Duckdom and BDD there. And KT looking at the Zotacon now.
And KT's done it a bunch of times with Peter on Nico, now with him on Rakan. He sets up the play to take down Zeka. And this might just be the other... Yeah, look, they're not contesting. Despite investing the teleport, I think just want to hold on to the turret. And KT strike again in a moment of weakness.
Yeah, it was already 22-6 petals, and now it's 33-6 in the upgraded petals. So KT all of a sudden, I mean, yes, they're down on gold. Yes, they still have this Kai'Sa we're not super happy with, but they're coming back in this game.
As Zeus goes in aggressively there, maybe a bit disjointed. I think they were looking for an engage. I also think that they thought that Peter had already backed, but he was standing a little bit further forward. And really, yeah, the back and forth keeps swinging, or up and down if you're a roller coaster fan. I think that's a more apt metaphor. There is still the issue of Soul Point, though, and that's something that KT is going to have to deal with. I think we have talked at length about why specifically Cloud Soul is so busted. As we take another look here, he's just waiting. Zeka knows something is wrong, but isn't quite ready. Peanut's there like, I cannot help you here, my man, unfortunately.
He did watch, though.
He did. And it's Peter getting the catch. And the follow-up, as soon as someone does get CC'd, they should die in this comp, right? With the burst from the Kai'Sa and with the Taliyah, it's very important that KT keep at least this semblance of control. Because I do think this composition, once you actually fall behind, just doesn't work anymore, because you don't really have the team fight power. Unless I say that, but maybe BDD finds like a free-man scoop and then they just win.
Yeah, he might just do that.
That has happened. Like, we've seen him do that.
It's a very BDD thing to do. Not a lot of other people do that consistently.
They don't.
And BDD's Taliyah has been feared for many a reason, including that. Just push away here from Perfect, gonna net him the Gromp. Nobody losing to the Gromp tonight, just yet. And in a minute or so, we're gonna have this Cloud Soul fight. KT trying to deny the Soul, HLE trying to pick it up. And if they maintain a gold lead, they get Cloud Soul. If they win a fight here on the streak, it's still looking good for HLE, but you said it before, it's still a close enough game for KT to kind of maneuver in, especially after that pick into Otacon, gonna make things even easier.
And what's interesting to me is that when it comes to scaling, I think in terms of ease of execution, the KT comp really comes out ahead. I also am worried about the Rek'Sai, even with this Bruiser build. I do think eventually you're going to reach a point where you'll be a big side lane threat, but in teamfights it'll be hard to have an impact, as is often the case. But the Aurora, the Corki, I think these remain really big threats as the game continues, as attempted to engage.
Oh, they're going to find Duck Dom in a huge way. He just goes down. He was like 10 seconds away from Flash. And that's just free. Down goes the Kai'Sa. The Xinjiao follows Cuz. Trying to go in and save him late, doesn't do anything, just dies, and that is a free Cloud Soul over to Hamalive Esports.
Don't even get a Constellation Rek'Sai. Does KT? As Dokdom dying there. We had some defense for the previous ult into the pit. I got nothing here, Veldes. Especially with your flash not up. The light is in full vision. You know, like, we should be aware. Because I know that Zeka comes in from stealth, but it doesn't really matter. You're just gonna die there when the Alistar is walking up, as it was actually 13 seconds away, which means that Veldes basically nailed it on the timing there, as did Hanwha. And that is Soul. That's just Cloud Soul now here available for them, which is going to make any subsequent play for KT so much harder. The rotations for Hanwha Life are going to be a menace. And the movement speed's just broken. We all know this.
Yeah. Look at how fast Peanut is with the home guard, just sprinting out of the base alongside a Delight. And now, I mean, the game is very handily in their grasp. It's not over just yet. KT still have Otacon, yes. And they're not that far behind, but it's a big issue when we haven't really seen many of these fights look that good for KT. It's been a lot of picks in this game for KT and for HLE before we really get any 5v5s. There was that one dragon fight, as we're going to get an engage here onto Cuz, force him to flash just like that.
And any champion that doesn't have a dash is just fodder for Jarvanel. Obviously, Cuz can dash if there's a target. Was no target, so just has to use a summoner there. And that's going to buy a lot of space here for Hanwha to just take this turret.
Yeah. I think Duckdom learned from the last time. Peter also has to flash, so all that pick potential we saw from the Rakan is just gone.
The flash for Xinjiao being gone is rough, but it's not the end of the world. Peter not having flash though, like I swear, there's been 2 or 3 like flash Peter plays already that have kept KT in the game.
Yeah.
Not gonna have that available now means that the effective range is a lot less. Viper doesn't have his flash yet, but he is Corki. That is something that we do need to keep in mind, though, is that if at any point, like Viper or Zeka just goes a little bit too far forward, gets charmed, gets knocked back, Dokdom dives in, I think single target kill setups will still be great for KT, but we're still at the point in the game where Jarvan is a big threat. Zay has just finished his second item spike, so just getting one target is just not going to be enough.
You have a lot of work to do here if you are KT. Meanwhile, Viper just sitting back, you know, hasn't necessarily been the main character, but at the same time is 5-0 and 6. Just not dying, been a part of all 11 kills.
Yeah, he was also, I'm pretty sure, last time we checked, leading in the damage chart category.
Yes.
Also, love this. Build, he's playing into a tank. Build Lord Doms. Good for you, Viper.
He already has enough damage for BDD and Duck Dom.
No, I know that, but
So-
I have seen people still go Collector.
Yeah.
So this fills me with joy.
But that's the item build, Chronicler. I have to do the item build. I have to follow the rules. Can't use my head. That's the way it goes. Even in pro play. Just ask BDD.
oh God, yeah. Is BDD the biggest gap between player skill and item? It has to be, right?
It is, yeah.
No one comes close.
It is. I think he's gotten better.
Oh, yes,
to be honest.
for sure.
As little Engage coming in once again. That's not going to do all too much, but Zeus has an angle on the right side. Perfect. Takes a big chunk of damage.
That's not too bad here. Just getting the Ghost, or giving up the Ghost rather, for KT. I don't think they're going to be too bothered by that. What if we just flip? That's the way back for KT. And you know, unfortunately, these are two legend teams. We no longer can talk about Rise Group and how fun it would be.
It's not Rise Group.
It's not Rise Group, baby.
Very sad.
Very sad. Sad times.
Yeah.
Peanut.
Who's
is
ganking
here.
who? Peanut is so incredibly fast. He's like sprinting around the map. He is so ready to go if any fight breaks out.
He looks like he's like, you know, Poppy with Deadman's Blade?
Yeah.
But he's Jarvan.
He's Jarvan on a Cloud Rift and has Cloud Soul, 2 Cloud Drakes. It's kind of funny because when he ults, he's
stuck inside the
in
dome.
the circle.
But he can run. He can run really fast.
Yeah,
inside the
and he
circle.
can flag and drag out, and then maybe get some value out of it. So.
No. I kind of want to see just how fast he can Beyblade around.
Yeah. We already saw Kiana ult the middle.
If we had Ambessa versus Rek'Sai, we could have an actual Beyblade matchup where it's like, so you have the Jarvan Dome, and then they just spin around.
Trying to find Viper.
That's the flash gone.
That it is. Definitely a good look from Peter.
Maybe he was listening to the Beyblade conversation and he got carried away.
He got distracted.
Sorry about that flash Viper. Wouldn't that be cool?
He's like, it's okay, I'm Corky.
Can you imagine the two of them just spinning around?
That would be a lot of fun.
That would be.
Could make some good content out of that.
Low cancel there. And that's, as long as the Baron isn't taken, I think that KT is still in a decent spot. This is the real test, though. They don't have vision. It's going to be hard to get backline access. And they know this Baron is being taken.
The damage from this Aurora, who's on 3 items, is just way too much for them to handle.
They're just going to give it.
Yeah.
There's just no way in.
Because it's too low, we don't have the quickness, or, well, Peter just got his flashback, but yeah, it's just, you're not going to win that fight ever, so why even take it? Just give it away.
So, if they based a little bit earlier, I think they still should be able to. But because the Baron recalls, they're not actually going to have tempo, because this could have been a way for them to get tempo on Elder and just flip it there, like start it and just Hail Mary it.
Yeah.
If they, as soon as they realize they can't do it, I think those extra couple of seconds would have made a big difference, right? Because now they're basically getting towards the pit and the river with relative pace, because not only do they have Baron buff, they have Cloud Soul! Look at them run!
Sick haze! Oh! And he got into the Cloud Rift circle, he's even faster.
That's Cloud Rift value.
That's Cloud Rift baby. It's because Isolated has to go into his Crescent Guard already. They're trying to turn onto an Alistar who's got his ult. They isolate Viper, who does not have his flash and doesn't seem to have Valkyrie, but he's still doing so much damage they don't have the follow-up. And Duck Dom is just in no man's land, can't do anything by himself. Viper gonna Valkyrie in, calculated, as they do get the kill on a BDD here. And at least Duck Dom was able to get out alive, but it should be Elder, you would imagine, for HLE.
Might just look for
or
the
maybe
end.
they just end.
Yeah, if they can keep the cancel on perfect, if he doesn't back, I think they can just base, or just end, go to the base as they do. And that might just be it for game 1.
Game 1 just like this. Mostly domination the whole way, by the way, of HLE Esports, except a couple of big picks from Peter, who kind of looked like he was the only guy doing anything, to be honest, here for the side of KT. As, yeah, you gotta send it, you gotta try, but maybe trying to make some room here for Duck Dom.
It's almost, oh god.
Yeah, that Aurora has 8 kills, and the Nexus does not have any health. 0. 1-0 going the way of HLE here, after game number 1, a dominant victory for them to start off the best of 5.
And it was the early game plan that got Peanut in a good position, but the main character here was the support. Delight, having so many impeccable engages on this Alistar, felt like more of a, we do the preemptive counter pick so that if they pick Nico, we don't feel as bad. Instead, ends up, I think, carrying most of this game with his decision-making in these fights, nicely synced up as well with Peanut. And then it's funny, because there was like 8-0 and 7-0 Aurora and Corki. Felt like kind of an afterthought. They just got those kills, but they were able to get there because of that jungle support duo. And for KT, unfortunately, this game 1, not on the working out.
Very dominant victory for HLE Esports. KT gonna have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong. The draft is one thing, but the play was heavily in favor of the orange tank this time in game number 1. HLE Esports fans should be thrilled with the way it went, as that says they want to cancel their ticket to the lower finals and book a direct one to the grand finals. And they will if they get a victory here. HLE starting off strong with the 1-0. And so we're gonna have a break as it's 1-0. We'll be right back.
지우고 가는 거. 렉사 이거 조심해볼래? 나 괜찮아? 아니야 더블캡 맞았고. 더블캡 맞았고. 여기 와서 지금 이런 거 그냥 먼저 쌈보. 나 싸움해볼게. 자 먼저. 자 너. 사이버 내가 맞을게. 야 코르케만 조심해. 천천히. 나 맞아. 호흡 한번 안 돼. 얘네 호흡 한번 더. 가자. 잡았어. 실수했다. 천천히 와. 싸워. 나 잘못 돼. 싸워 끊었어. 싸워 먼저. 자 쌈 조심해봐. 여기 조심. 사이언 볼게. 사이언 먼저 사이언.
Kitchen, boom for the house. We ain't messing around, we just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go. They try to take me out of my existence. Do you really think I'm giving up? Car broke, wallet full of dust. Still I'm gonna go until I drop. Motivation really ain't enough. Dedication really ain't enough. Affirmations really ain't enough. You better run for your silence. Cause the worst part of the war is quiet. We just go.
everyone, welcome back to the upper bracket finals of the Woori 2025 LCK Cup, as it is 1-0 Hanwha Life Esports over KT. This one, a bit of a more standard match, and you know, the funny thing about stats is you show them, you try to prep on how the game is going to go, and earlier we showed what the Drake priority was for these squads going into playoffs. Not included was obviously this first match, and first place KT, they have prioritized that. Hanwha Life Esports not so much, and then in this game it goes completely opposite way.
Yeah, flip the other way, you know, HLE securing every single Drake this game and getting the soul on this one. So a bit of a switch up from what we've seen before.
So Peanut gets this first dragon, and at the same time, there's a bit of a fight happening towards this Scuttle Crab on the top side of the map as BD is trying to push Zeka out. And KT opted into this kind of weird fight here, but they're not fully set up. Cuz is looking for the Scuttle Crab, right? And Delight actually pushes him away, and then KT opted into this fight, I think, under the assumption that Peanut won't be able to join very quickly because he was on the dragon. Unfortunately, he is able to get here and impact this play massively with a Cataclysm. He has level 6, and KT Rolster are now far out of their depth, and this ends up being a ton of gold given over to Hanwha Life Esports super early in the game.
I think as well, Cuz not having his flash because he was invaded earlier, and the fact that they have the Aurora ultimate, you know, with its Talia, the Weaver's Wall doesn't have as much combat power in comparison. Great for rotating, great for cutting people off, but in terms of just that raw damage that the Aurora has, not quite as formidable.
Yeah, and remember, in the draft, that was the first pick that they opted to go for, did Hanwha Life Esports on the Jarvan. So making impact is something that they needed to have here. And now our next one in the mid lane. Again, hovering around the top side of the map, trying to position for it, but Hanwha Life, they just pull the trigger right away.
KT are trying to do too much here. They want to try to set up a Weaver's Wall angle here with BDD so they can actually get this Herald, but they retreat and give up the priority, and then Delight says, nah, you're not getting out of here. They end up getting trapped. The Aurora ultimate locks down too, and it's a phenomenal drag there from Peanut as well, where he's able to close the gap on the backline while also preventing any further retreats. These are the types of fights that we haven't seen from Hanwha Life consistently, like in the Legend group. After we had the split, we weren't seeing this type of decisive Hanwha. We saw it against T1, but they looked super crisp here. When KT hesitate, they make a mistake. Hanwha are like, no, you're not going to just walk away from this. You're not going to cancel the Herald. We're going to punish you for it.
And you got to remember, you know, Delight's Alistair was so legendary. There were periods last year where it was just undefeated on a massive streak, and I feel like it's lost some of that shine over this year. This was a return to form, honestly, from Delight, making so many big plays, and the backup from Zeka on that Aurora was just always there in both of these clips so far.
Yeah, and that's what I really wanted to hit on. Delight kind of having solid performances, but that Alistar on the engages is what we were knowing him for. Great bro talent. And then finally here in the mid lane, as they're trying to set up for the Drake at Seoul, Duckdom, who's had great moments, just a little bit too far up.
And this is really unfortunate because Duckdom is so close to having his flash up, and it's one of these sort of windows where clearly HLE have the timer. He's stepping up a bit too far. The team have started to move into the river, and a great capitalization, taking him down before the peel can come through, before the redemption does. And your 80 carry, and Duckdom was actually really farmed up. He was close to Viper and Gold. He gets removed, Soul goes over, and I felt like any chances of coming back in the game kind of went out with that.
It's another Delight play, right? He's able to find the catch there, and I think knowing your flash is coming up soon, your teammates are relatively nearby, you're going to be looking for a fight that you want to have that wave push out. You can understand the reasoning behind Duckdom's positioning there. Definitely could have played a little bit safe, but it would have caused him to lose that mid-prio. And he, I think, just doesn't expect the insane burst damage from the Aurora and the Corki, and he's just taken out in an instant. But Delight, having an amazing start to the series. The Nico was completely ignored in draft, which I thought was quite shocking. He picked the Alistar with it available, and it didn't get picked. It did not matter, and he just ran away with this game.
Yeah, this first draft, very, very exciting because of what each team is prioritizing with all the OPs on up. Very fun to see as it's going to continue to evolve here. Ox, for you here on the KT side, what do you want to see from them in their adjustment as we move to game 2?
I think we need more from Cuz. You know, he got invaded early. We saw the swap come out, and he got pressured there, and then he just really didn't show up on that Xin Zhao. Him and BDD have been the big driving force for this team. We wanted to see them show up, and it kind of felt a little bit invisible for them in this game.
Yeah, Cuz is definitely going to have to turn up the heat. You know, his power with BDD in the early game felt just like it wasn't there in that first game.
Hanwha Life Esports 2 wins away from heading to the grand finals for the LCK playoffs over at Inspire Arena, but KT trying to get the coaster back on track. Let's get into game number 2.
Thank you, guys. As we're trying to put that coaster back on the table and put the drink on the coaster, just make sure it's not just randomly out there, as that is one of our hosts, Bean, out there in the audience. As we've got some signs as well.
I think it's
hoping for a full set. Yeah. Some cheering for Subin. Another one of our hosts. This is Lovely's Jisoo. And an announcer from MBC. So we got all the stars out here in the arena.
They're on opposite teams.
Yeah.
Because we have the Perfect fan, the Zeus fan. Great Nar drawing, very cute. Big fan. Yeah, that game number 1 really felt like it was... There were a couple of moments that were good for KT. Really just Peter finding a couple of these great picks. But by and large, BDD was neutralized, Cuz was neutralized, and then that was it. That was kind of all that happened, and then the game just unceremoniously ended. KT will need to find a way to turn the tides, because if you lose 2 games in that fashion, bouncing back is going to be excruciatingly hard. On the plus side, expectations would be very low, which is good for KT.
Yeah, surely they could then go on to just win everything.
Just reverse sweep, right?
Yeah. Reverse sweep, or maybe they just get crushed here and then they win the final.
Oh my god.
You know?
The KT angle.
Got to bring in the cope early after losing a quick game 1.
That's fine. We're not going to be game 1 Andes. We would never.
Well...
maybe. Maybe a little. Actually,
you are the DK guy on the desk.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying you never believe in game 1. Game 1 is not real data. Game 2, now that's real data.
Game 2 is real data because either we have a series on our hands or it's 2-0. And I would imagine that with the way that Humalife are playing right now, if they win again, it's not going to be good looks for KT.
No.
It's really going to be just bad.
Ooh, as we are banning the Vi away here from Peanut. Vi definitely drops in priority as a jungler. Rumble, one to keep our eye out for. Might be the ban here even, because it's one of Perfect's comfort picks. And Aurora is already out of the pool. But Zeus also has a very... Yeah, I was about to say, Zeus is a very eclectic champion pool. So could just go Ornn or go something more esoteric. I think that Rumble, to me, as a pickup here is a no-brainer. Like Rumble, and then you can go... If they don't pick it, you can go Pantheon Orianna. You can also go Kiana here as Cuz. If you go Rumble, Orianna, and Kiana, that's a top side. But the execution barrier for that is a little high. Kiana has not looked good in this league so far.
Yeah, it doesn't mean the champ is bad, just means that our teams haven't found a lot of success with it. As Orianna, understandably, is going to be highly prioritized here, especially after we just had Aurora and Talia played in the last game. As Pantheon comes out, so Orianna Pantheon. Pretty good start here for the HLE draft.
Trundle is good here, I think. You are playing into... It actually does 3 things. So it's good into Orianna. It's one of the better matchups in Pantheon, and it disincentivizes a possible Ornn pickup here, because that's most likely what Zeus was going to want to go towards. So what is it going to be instead? We have seen Gwen still be used as an answer. Not really an answer, but just to play. Mbessa, I think, is the main one that I'm looking towards, though, especially with the Pantheon. But they have a lot of confidence in Zeus' champion pool. Not worried that it's going to be taken down. Sivir, I think, is definitely a high value AD carry at this point. I think it's really good into Annie. I don't love it into Trundle and into Rumble. I think that Rumble with his Equalizer is such an easy way of proccing Spell Shield. And then Trundle's Pillar is just annoying. Don't like playing against that. Don't have a dash. No easy way out.
It's very interesting to do this because, yes, now Zeus gets banned out potentially, but that just leaves more picks for Delight.
Yep.
And so... yeah, you're going to ban Mbessa, maybe ban Gwen as well. Again, those were the 2 phase 2 bans the last time around from Red Side for KT, and it's a lot. You have to spend on the draft to do this.
It's so hard, because it is one of those things that we have seen with top-tier teams where You feel like you must ban those champions, but don't we think Zeus has another answer that he'll be happy to play?
He played Rek'Sai in game 1.
Yeah.
And yes, that wasn't to Sion, but...
So the Lulu pick to me is a takeaway that they want to go for something a little bit basic. Nico has already been banned away. That's normally something that you'd see here on 4. What is it going to be? They can also leave Delight a counter pick and just pick something for Zeus. They do already know the top side matchup. That will make sense to me.
Yeah.
So he's grinning. That could just be Gwen, or it could be something more fun. I'm hoping for fun. I think it's just Gwen, though.
Yeah. Maybe he plays Jace. No, it's just Gwen. This makes sense. Still grinning. Still having fun with the pick, it looks like. But yeah, now you get the counter pick for Delight after seeing exactly what the bottom lane is going to be, and it's not going to be Lucian Braum, because Braum is gone.
I'm a little scared to say, but this does look like a very juicy Blitzcrank angle. With the Leona pick, not feeling quite as crazy. If they had gone Bard as well, though, that's when I think Delight could have definitely gone towards it. Rel, yeah, I was about to say, to me seems like a no-brainer. Rel Orianna is an insane combo. Delight's engage chance in the first game was absolutely exceptional. And unless they want to take any big risks, I think it's just going to be the Rel lock-in here. So Humble Life still getting a draft. I think they're going to be very happy with. This comp for KT, though, I think really plays into their strengths because there's a lot of early agency. His ganks aren't as strong as some of the other champions we've seen him play, which I think is unfortunate, but their skirmishes are really good, and it's a triple carry composition, right? So you're not ending up playing Jhin into like tanks or without a lot of damage. A lot of bursts available, and when KT looked the best was when those snap calls and snap engages came through, and this comp has that in spades.
Yeah, it definitely does. Still, I mean, we saw what Owner was able to do on Pantheon, and 13-0. Pretty good. I think he ended the game 14-1 as he died on the Nexus fight. But you gave over Pantheon and Orianna to a mid-jungle who seemed to be performing at a very high level. So, yes, you got a lot of strong things, but at the same time, Humble Life Esports picked up some big pieces for themselves. Very curious about how the Sivir is going to work out in this composition. Can Viper stay safe against all of the threats of KT? Another question for me.
I'm a bit worried for KT, which in turn might be good. We don't know. There's too many layers to that. I think they have a comp with a lot of power, but as you're highlighting, that Pantheon is for me the X factor, and that could completely take over the game.
Yeah, absolutely could. And you got Delight back onto an engaged champ. Looks so good in game 1. Can he do it again on the Rel? Let's find out.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game number 2. And this could be a defining moment in the series. Will KT fight back, or is HLE just going to claim their dominance in the series?
I don't know. I think we'll know pretty quickly, though. Because to me, Humble Life is one of those teams where when they are firing on all cylinders, they look amazing. A little invade here.
Yep, standing on a ward. Delight actually in a decent amount of trouble here. Delight just get healed himself. Gonna crash down away.
I don't know why I called it an invade when it's just the mid-brush. I guess BDD isn't where he's supposed to. So.
Yeah, it's like a forward ward.
Yeah, well, nicely done. Still, get the heal out of Delight. I think he'll be pretty decent on time here, but they're definitely going to lose prio over the wave level 1. More important is that Viper should be able to still get experience here, which is obviously the biggest deal. And yeah, I think Delight might not even miss any experience. Obviously not going to be able to fight for early wave control. And they do have Trundle pathing towards them, which is a little bit of a worry, but I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. Yeah, looks like Delight not going to miss out on anything here.
Yeah, gets back on time. And he's like, how do you guys see me? There's this ward here that he is going to spot.
That's actually remarkable, just because of the Sivir wave clear. I thought that Viper not being able to walk up initially would have been enough, but just because of the power of the Ricochet, they're still going to have prio, so unless you force an all-in, the lack of that heal, not going to matter. And Oh boy. They just forced Peter's heal, which was a good choice. Like the movement speed saved them from getting engaged on there, but that's not ideal.
Duckdom has played quite a lot of games of Jhin. Jhin was extremely high tier for the majority of the LCK this year, I feel. So it makes sense that he has so many games on it. 15 in total. This will be number 16. And yeah, just going to be playing from behind, getting pushed in by the Sivir. Kind of annoying. Let's see what happens when Cuz does make his way down, but they're going to go in and ward together, Viper and Delight, so should be safe from a gank. Unless Cuz wants to do something crazy like flashing the Dragon Wall.
I wonder if you can obviously try to like soft time, depending on how long they're out of the lane. But it is a really big gamble, unless you wrap all the way around. I also don't know if they know where Peanut is, because if you've tracked Peanut, you can actually do like the long wrap around, try to look for a timing there. As Trundle obviously very healthy with his first clear, because of his passive. And it does look like Cuz instead going to try and play for top. Can't really play for bot crab, because his bot lane doesn't have prio. And Peanut is crossing over. But there's topside prio, so I think Cuz just heads to the other end of the map. And will be fine. Zeka needs to be very, very careful. I do think that the Orianna, once you get some items, does very, very fine into Annie. I am not the biggest fan of picking the Annie into the Orianna, because I feel like once she gets like Archangels and Merc, she just kind of struggle a lot. But early on, there is a lot of gank setup, as they are playing very aggressive here, and that's Pantheon.
Yeah. Also, Cuz was just spotted going to the top side of the map. Did go for a back.
What a read. Do they have the timing, though? On the crash here, Peanut standing guard, but they need everyone to dive Duckdom.
I think they absolutely do. They're going to just try to engage on a Peanut and taxi Duckdom out of here, and the red buff is not quite enough, actually. And here comes Cuz as trying to punish Peanut for being in here a little bit too deep, and down he will go. First blood to the Jhin, and Delight has to crash down over the wall just to get away, in the dive a little bit too telegraphed, and they do make quick work of it.
Just a little bit, as he does get the cannon. Nice try at the denial there, BDD. That's the kill, also going over to Jhin. And yeah, I thought that, I don't know what the timing on the wave was there. I thought that they were going to have more wave clear, but maybe it was just a cooldown of Ricochet. Because 2 seconds earlier, and I think Duckdom just dies, but they had to crash the wave first. Weren't able to do so. As we take another look here, Peanut is so far up and you can't engage onto the Leona. Duckdom has both some, so like Peanut going in there doesn't really do anything. Nicely done there on the cleanse as well. And then, yeah, the fact that Peanut gets engaged on there, maybe if he flashes up, but I think this was always going to be tough for him to survive. They should be feeling lucky that the Light didn't also end up dying, thanks to the prio that Zeka hadn't made, because if BDD has wave priority there and he's able to roam, that's just a freebie on the Light as well.
Yeah. BDD was TPing back into the lane, but was getting pushed out by Zeka. Kind of a difficult lane to play Annie into Orianna at all times, as you were talking about before. And even early on, from the first wave, Zeka was pushing past the minion wave, getting the command attack going.
Yeah,
chip damage.
Unless you're able to really like chain gank the lane, I really think the Annie just struggles really dealing with the Orianna well when the Orianna has a good early lane phase. This setup is good though.
Yeah, they got a gank going. Do they have enough damage on Zeka to force a flash away as the flash is enough? BDD is gonna get in and just make quick work with some help from Peter.
You gotta go Mercs. I think if you have Mercs, you don't die there. Like the amount of CC that comes through is what sets up that play perfectly. One auto less and you would have been able to stay alive, but gets the heroic components instead. Really big as BDD, as I'm talking about why the laning phase is rough. We did also mention the setup for Annie. The point and click stun. Damage is there. Zeka ends up going down and the gold lead continues here for KT's. Oh, Delight.
Well, we got Peanut coming on down. They are going to get Duckdom first. Peanut in a little bit of trouble here. The subjugate on the Trundle is enough to tank this one up, and now we got a frontline for Viper, who's just kiting it out. Dodges that one with the spell shield, does not get stunned. And Peter, not much he can do as Leona into Sivir.
That's a good trade there for Humble Life. That Q from Delight was beautiful. Actually able to hit both, not allowing Peter to try and save Cuz. And yeah, that looked really rough. Cuz's or Peanut's arrival made us think that maybe they were able to fully turn the play around, still a goal positive trade. And it also forces a response here from KT in that they teleport the Rumble towards the bot lane. But now with Delight teleporting to top, Dokdom can't walk up to the wave. Will be a cannon wave though, so I think that with help arriving, he should still be fine.
Yeah, looks like he is. Cuz and Peter were making their way up just to help out in this one. Cuz goes back to farming. And we're going to take another look at Zeka, just not respecting the potential of this play.
Let's get CC for too long. Takes the Tibbers damage, takes the Eclipse damage. And then maybe if he flashes a second earlier, but I think that one always looks rough as we take another look here at the really nice, again, Delight with the Q flash onto Dokdom, who they know doesn't have plans, able to time it with the arrival of Peanut. And even though Cuz is able to take down Peanut, once your W runs out, you really just don't have the damage available to chew through Viper. So he ends up just getting taken down. Viper gets to stack up that lethal tempo, just auto him down, and that's an early kill going over to Sivir. Now the objective control still looking good here for KT as they do get the triple grubs.
Trying to help out in mid is Delight. BDD looking to turn this one. He's got Cuz nearby. The shockwave is going to hit the Annie, and Peanut being here means that BDD might just be in a lot of trouble. Down he goes. Zeka going to pick up that kill. A nice influx of gold to catch up in the mid lane.
A cute there from Peanut, gets stopped by the pillar, but uses the movement speed on Empowered E to make his way over, not having to use his flash, and ensuring that Zeka can get the kill, because if it's just Zeka, Zeka will have to be a little bit more respectful. And now the gold lead turning into Hanwha's favor despite some really good punishes from KT early on. Dragon, though, hasn't been taken yet. That's going to be a big fighting point here between the two teams. As Peanut's like, no.
No, thank you. I do not want to buy what you're selling. Just runs away into the back of his house. And yeah, Infernal Drake just kind of sitting there waiting, watching to see if anyone's going to take him down. As Delight, yet another play. And Cuz is like, I don't know, especially with Peanut here.
There's nothing you can do. You remember down. They don't have the burst to actually take down Zeka. So I understand here from Cuz. Maybe in hindsight, if BDD paths up instead of down, because Jin does have his ultimate.
Here we go again. Might be in a bit of trouble, BDD. Once again, low on his cooldown as Peanut kind of getting blocked by the minions. Has to flash away as the shockwave was not available. And maybe that's what they were banking on.
Yeah, it was used in the previous play. Don't really get anything out of BDD either. Just a flash and a Pantheon ult down. So big win there for KT. Definitely good to see as Zeka has now finished his mercs. Very good. Love to see it. Will make a big difference in this one, particularly against the Leona, Jin for the root, of course, and then the Annie. Dokdom, because of the gold, the early gold lead that he was able to find, was able to pick up an early Ghost Blade, but then Viper also got a kill. So kind of offset, as we can see, barely a lead here. Viper should be getting his Essence Reaver sooner rather than later, and still no dragon fight. And I do like KT's position as long as they can keep this gold lead even. I do think this composition, once it falls behind, doesn't really have that much going for it. Is
very smartly played here on the top lane. He knows he's about to get his flashback. He knows this is the most dangerous time. Right after that, he face checks the brush against a Trundle, as now he's got his flash, though. As the timing comes in, he's able to get away and trades flashes with Peter, while Peanut is taking the Infernal Drake.
Still a trade up, I think, for KT. They get the flash out of Zeka, which is big because it means that BDD has a lot more plays available against him. I was about to say, just Drake for like a full turret would not have been worth, but Zeka is able to TP back into it. I actually thought that he might have looked for more there if they had given him the opportunity, but the pillar comes out. It's going to be first Drake going over. Delight is on the ward here. So looks like they should be aware of that as well. But, I mean, Cuz did back, so like, he still can't really approach the wave.
Yeah, BDD not respecting it,
yeah.
And there is his flash. Just to like ghosting in.
I think once you spot him there, even though Cuz has a really big buy, you need to fix that wave. Because they sold Rel. Like, at BDD, that's not the end of it. Like, now we see Peter go up to try and fix it so that he can actually approach. And obviously, Delight doesn't want to be locked in this lane specifically, but definitely felt like that Flash was a big advantage that they have on any in particular. Flash is so insanely strong. Not having that, definitely a big deal.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty huge, especially in this next fight for the Rift Heralds. Should be the next big objective fight. Zeka was playing it so safely up in the top side, even though he has that Catalyst, has the Merc Treads, he still knows that he is in the most vulnerable spot, because Viper's in mid as Sivir with Cleanse Flash, and he's Sivir. Clears the wave in about 0.5 seconds. And so he's not really in any trouble. The Gwen is not in much trouble, so the weak spot is obviously to try to gank the Orianna.
It's interesting. I feel like there might actually be decent angles to gank Zeus. I think they're more worried about the cross map if they do that, because the dive is so strong for both teams, right? Because you do have Zeus with only exhaust, so if he's far up in the lane and his E is down, I think you can punish him. But it really is just top laners by themselves, on their own.
Yeah.
Just 1v1.
I kind of forgot they existed.
Yes,
actually.
they have not been
for a
around
moment,
that.
I was like,
have
we even looked at that lane?
No, this is the peak top lane experience. They are legitimately both 0-0-0, just farming. That's it.
33 gold lead.
Yes.
For the Gwen. And that's probably in like the one plate he got earlier on.
Also, it's so neither of them can cancel a TP. So like, it's just not a lot of interaction.
Yeah.
Oh, Duckdown,
TP
no.
in. Duckdown has been getting chunked up big time.
Yeah, he did kind of opt into the trade into Sivir. That wasn't great when Spell Shield was up. As now, we have these traps have been very successful here for Hanwha Life, but have they gotten a little bit too predictable? Peanuts in the area, and the Light is waiting there.
The Light is here, and immediately they see this as the counter gank coming on in. He's going to catch two. The shockwave is big on the two as well. BDD with no flash and no hope of getting out. Peanut is taking a huge chunk of damage, though. He is going to survive with the Sundered Sky, of all things, plus the shield. As now Peter just left for the fishes. As down he goes, Zeus will pick up the kill, and HLE start off strong again in game two.
The KT getting a little bit too predictable, trying to go for the same play. But this time, Zeka was already pretty beefy, so he can walk up at least a little bit. There is also a Pantheon in the game, and the Light read them like a book. Ready and waiting. And that's now the first real gold lead that we've seen in this game. Roa done for Zeka. And this is one of the games where Roa makes sense, right? You want to absorb the burst, you have a Gwen as well, so the lower damage on the Orianna isn't really going to matter. And it's actually the CC that he provides with the ultimate that ends up being big. Peanut doesn't really take any damage. The, as per usual, engage from the Light is great. And the moment that BDD goes down, I think they recognize there's not really anything to be done here. If they have Jhin in this setup, they might actually try to play off of the TP for perfect, right? Because Peter does take a while to go down. Maybe with the Jhin ultimate you can get something going, but he wasn't. So KT falling further and further behind, and they need to utilize the upfront burst, because I think in theory that's a good plan, right? Like just trying to get these picks, utilize the amount of single target damage that you have. But Hanwha Life one step ahead. And it's looking I would really like, I know I'm a little bit greedy, but I would love 5 games for my final Lord Bar cost. That would be wonderful.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
But we're rapidly trending towards a Hanwha Life 3-0.
Yeah. You can't always get what you want, Chronicler.
I was kind of expecting, you know, I say that and you're like, oh, I see what you're doing. You're trying to curse it, even though you
I mean,
you're not feeling
we know what you're trying to do, right? We don't need to say it every single time, right? Redemption helping out, and perfect. A lot of the needles not really going to stick.
I don't know what you're talking about. Isn't it the most LCK thing to just always say the same thing? And
yeah, it is. I figured I'd spare you here in your last cast at Lol Park.
No, give me the real experience, Zeka.
Yeah, he doesn't have a very fun time, and the Pantheon's on the top side of the map, so he is just dead. As that will be a shutdown given over to Cuz.
Easy as 1-2-3. Zeka's KDA not happy about that one. As KT get a really good punish here, I think. Yeah, especially with the power of a very strong Trundle. We'll just be able to chew free on the Frozen in the main. Triforce done. That's KT bringing the gold lead back. Gonna get a Dragon for the troubles as well. Things looking good, and again, great timing, KT. Thank you very much. That's wonderful.
Yeah. We should give the credit to KT, though, because actually it was your curse that helped them out. As it's Chemtech Soul that comes through. It feels like there are some members that actually can utilize it pretty well. The Trundle, the Gwen.
Oh, that Gold Glove looks suspiciously roller coastery.
It is up, and then it is down.
Could be good tidings. Could be bad. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't have the technology to know.
Oh my god, they're just continuously setting up these freezes. First in top, now this one here.
Might as well. I mean, nothing's really happening in this game. They don't want to be vulnerable in a side lane, so might as well farm safely and deny some farm
Seka, just play safe. Just play. Just drop the turret.
Obviously not playing safe enough here.
Not safe enough, clearly. Yeah, that's one of those scenarios where you probably should have started walking like 10 minutes earlier. Maybe then you would have been fine.
Yeah,
I said minutes.
If you stay in the base...
I did not say seconds. I said minutes, and I mean it.
If you stay in the base, you actually don't have to worry about a threat from your opponents.
Very true.
Not for a very long time. Although if you stay in the base, they'll probably win the game pretty quickly. So eventually, they're going to find you in the base.
Yeah, but that's going to take a while, and you won't die.
You won't die.
So
your KDA will thank you for it. Staying at 0 KDA. I suppose that's not very good, though. Zeka going for the eye drops mid-game. Love to see it.
That's a sign of things to come, generally. As he has been focused pretty heavily. Nicely done there by Cousin BDD. That, as always, are kind of the axes that KT revolves around. The big instigators on this team, as the next objective will be the Otacon, which I don't think either team should, in good conscience, start when the opponents are alive. That's a you know, a post-fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
As Peter freeing up his summoner spell. Yeah, I think we looked earlier and Zeus was like not ahead.
He was 33 gold ahead. Now he's 685 gold ahead.
Yeah, and the wave's going to be caught, so it's going to offset a little, but he's on 2 items as well. This Gwen is, from here on out, going to just be a bigger and bigger issue. And the one thing I do worry about with the KT comp is that eventually we're going to reach a point where the upfront burst isn't enough. And when it comes to consistent damage, they're just not going to match Hanwha. I do think that they're on a timer in this one. And we'll see if they can hit the timings. Otacon, I think, is going to be very important for their setup.
So, we saw the pillar used on the Raptors. I don't really know why. I did miss that part as to why the pillar was used, but it was nicely pointed out by Jonas Strong that he just didn't have pillar for the Rift Herald then. So it got a free charge, killed the mid outer, and HLE pick up their second turret just like that for free. Huge value from the Rift Herald. So not really sure what happened around the Raptors.
Like, here I get it.
Sure.
That will make sense. Now you got blue buff.
Yeah.
That's a win.
There's also no more Rift Herald, so that's part of it.
Yeah, but you know, but you might want to pillar for other stuff.
True.
Maybe you want to trap a member of Hanwha.
Maybe.
Now you can't. I mean, it's Trundle. He has a lot of ability haste. He will be fine.
What do we think about Mortal Reminder second Jhin? How are we feeling about that build?
I like it.
Yeah?
I don't mind it. Yeah. I think that it's one of those builds that looks kind of weird, but like there is actually a ton of healing on the enemy team. I think with Redemption being as strong as it is, having the ability to reduce healing is just so much more valuable. Now, you could look at Rumble and say just build Oblivion Orb.
Yeah.
I think that's valid.
Even Annie.
Yeah, both of those would be great. But if you're going for, in this setup, if you're going for a second item armor pen, I think Mortal Reminder is the better of the two generally.
Yeah.
So, also, Chemtech Drake.
It is.
So,
there is a ton of healing in this game. Which you did mention. Sundered Sky alone, I feel like, is a good reason to pick up some anti-healing. Not to mention the rest. You got a fed Gwen on the enemy team. There are going to be issues. I just don't know how much Duckdom is going to actually be shooting those guys.
Hasn't been doing a lot of shooting thus far in this game. And I think that's not really his fault. I feel like his team just needs to include him in the party. You know, it's not a party without duckers there.
Ducky duckers.
Yeah. Need the whole team. Gold lead, not really anything major to speak of, as we will definitely have a fight towards this dragon. Perfect STP. Zeus looking to just run his way with scissors over here. As I again want to reiterate, I don't think with the amount of AoE damage that's available in AoE CC, neither team should be starting Otacon. All right, we can take this turret and then we go to Drake. I do not want to see any Beyblading, unlike last game.
Yeah, I think you just take bot turret, rotate up. Maybe you go for the Drake here. Could look for that.
There we
Try to
go.
look for their fight setup as KT are pushing onto this mid-outer. As here's Pantheon. Gonna deny that take of the outer tier 1 turret.
That's a pretty underwhelming entrance. That's also Pantheon just gone.
They can still fight without Pantheon ults.
No,
though.
it's fine, but like it is a big cooldown that you use. There's a oh god.
Okay, that's the combo with the pillar. That's also a good pillar usage, and Zeus is like, well, yeah, I think I'm just gonna run away.
They didn't want to fight anyway.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Big win for KT there. Get themselves a second dragon. Will be, I think, certainly getting this mid lane as well. As Home Alive with a counter punch, but Equalizer is down. The other ultimates are still up. They're definitely going to start this though. They want to look for the fight. I don't think that they actually want to do Otacon.
Yeah.
But they definitely want to turn. There's a lot of vision available as well. Does get spotted out.
Yeah, just gonna start it up. They have a decent amount of damage. Not a huge amount, but enough to threaten here as Peter coming on in. The pillar is utilized, redemption available. TP in from Zeus as this is getting incredibly low. Cuz should have access. The engage goes in on a BDD. It is secured by Peanut as now everybody's in the meat grinder in the middle. The Gwen Needle's getting so much value down as Cuz, as tanky as he is with the subjugate, still going to be taken out. Perfect, barely getting away. And BDD sticking around to find out what Pantheon can do when the fight gets really rough. It's a Quadra as Peanut wants the Penta.
Where is his ult?
Oh,
Peanut,
no!
no!
He had his ult! Oh! It's only a Quadra.
I mean, Duckdom has flash. Like, he would have probably gotten out. But imagine how cool it would have been!
It's his last day in
I
Lopar.
know!
Oh.
No notes, nicely on the Home Alive. Identify that the biggest teamfight ultimate is gone. And what Delight does here is ensure that BDD can't actually do that much damage beyond the initial bear. So without that, Duckdom with his ultimate doesn't quite find the targets either. And then, yeah, BDD is always dead. I think Duckdom Perfect should have just dipped, but trying to save their teammate doesn't end up working out. And then here, unfortunately for Peanut, I think when the trap comes down, he's like, yeah, guys, it's not happening. It's not happening.
Still another Pantheon that's getting out of control.
Yeah.
It's not 13 and 0 levels, but it's Quadra kill at the Otacon fight that they got levels. And he also smited it. So wins the smite fight against Cuz, who's been a god smiter for the past bunch of years. And also gets a Quadra kill. So pretty huge stuff for Peanut.
I want you, there's one item that is kind of out of, have you already spotted it? It makes you go, huh? As Feldus is like, he's triple checking.
I'm looking.
Is it based or not so good?
I don't really see the item.
Okay, look at the supports.
Oh, the Oblivion Orb.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel like, I guess
I think he's done this before.
it kind of makes sense.
Yeah. It's kind of weird that none of the AP champions are getting Oblivion Orb, and it's just Leona.
I definitely think it's better on Perfect as a Delight, maybe in some trouble.
Yeah, he's got Redemption, though, and he has Peanut in front. It's because throws up the Subjugation, and the Equalizer is used. Baron's here.
That's free ultimates. I wouldn't be surprised if Home Alive tried to make a play off of that. That was a lot invested there by KT. But Home Alive can also just choke out the vision and wait for some of the face check.
Oh, that's exactly what they want to do. They get the flash out of Duckdom. In trade for peanut
And
salt.
they can just keep doing this.
Yeah.
Right, I think their zone control actually is pretty dangerous, but they don't want to overstep their bounds. Instead, just going to take it easy from there on out.
I think that's fine. Holding on to a pretty comfortable lead, 3,000 gold. It's not huge, but you've got your Sivir scaling out of control, just picked up a third item.
Yeah, that is a big issue. Even though, doesn't it feel like Knight or AD Carry has actually played that big a role? I know Viper played a really good Corki game, but it just like... Remember when AD Carries were the main character?
Yeah,
Maybe
they were
this is
for a
the
little
game.
bit.
You know, I'm just saying, this is the series. There is a certain player on Hanwha Life that I think has been very instrumental thus far.
I mean, the junglers are the main carries now.
No, that's not.
Of the playoffs.
That's not who I was talking about, though.
Yeah, but...
Talking about justice for supports.
No.
The Delight has been so good.
No, I don't think so. No. Junglers are the main characters right now. It's all about the jungle. Supports are just, they're clicking their buttons.
I know Peanut. Oh, hold up.
Oh boy, TP coming in.
That's Zeka.
KT are scrambling. It looks like Peter is going to be sacrificed, and maybe even BDD on top of it, as there it is. He tries to dodge and tries to run away, but he's not fast enough. As the damage from Zeka is there. They get 2 kills just like that, and that should be Baron.
I don't think there's a lot they can do. Perfect as TP, but do you really want to TP your Rumble in? No, instead they're going to set up Soul Point. I think that's a fine call here, but we'll see if Hanwha Life is actually going to give it to them. Because they're starting it up here, but there is a... Oh! Okay, that would have been crazy.
No, not even going to smite it.
Peanut has ult. They're not even going to get Dragon. Oh, no.
Yeah. HLE get everything, and KT... They don't get to pass go. They go straight to jail. You know, whatever you want to say, they just get nothing. They lose a couple of guys, and everything is falling apart for them in game 2.
Is that a Monopoly reference?
Yes.
I would have expected better if you felt this. You're a better man than that.
It's hard to make a Spirit Island reference.
Well, no, you should.
Okay?
No, you can. You find a way.
It is possible.
A really nice collapse here from Hanwha Life. And what I really want to highlight is that it's obviously BDD and Peter that go down. But this is the payoff of Hanwha Life going for those continuous invades, setting up that vision. They're playing a very slow and controlled game, which, even though there's been a decent amount of kills, it feels like they have just been very in control thus far. That's a lot of CC onto Delight, but he... oh, okay, yeah, no.
No, he's fine.
I think this game is cooked. If you can't kill the support, he's... Okay, I hadn't actually... So we talked about the pedals, but... Delight is 3 levels up, Valdez.
Yeah.
3!
3, and he has a whole second item finished, plus a Null Magic Mantle. He's actually unkillable, it feels like. He's got Exhaust, Flash, Redemption,
He's got
Locket.
such tanky items.
Yeah. No,
Such
he's
a tanky
crazy.
Keystone.
It's crazy.
It's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless they get the craziest pick onto Viper here. And even that alone is not enough. Because there's still Zeus. There's still Zeka. I guess Zeka doesn't have as much damage as the other two, but he's still in a long fight canoe. And there's a fat Pantheon as well.
Delight just going in. He says, Duck Dom, you do not have your flash. And the follow-up is gigantic from Zeka on top of it, as the damage is insane at this point in time. They're just rolling over KT Rolster, who did not have a chance. Everybody will bite the dust, and Hanwha Life Esports will crush them here in game number 2 and bring us to 2-0 in the series. HLE 1 game away from making the grand finals.
HLE in playoffs is just a little different. As it turns out, Peanut with a wry smile. If he would have been fully smiling if he got that pen up, but unfortunately that's not the case. For KT, it's hard to really start anywhere, because what I was expecting to be the most lopsided matchup actually hasn't mattered at all, because it hasn't been about the top laners. It's been about jungle and support. And BDD is
about
on
the jungle, I agree.
And no, support. Sorry, support and jungle, my bad. For leading with that one.
Sure.
And it's not even like it feels like Peter's having a tough time. It's just Hanwha Life is on another level, right? Like the cohesion is different. The objective setup is incredible. And we're not seeing the KT that we saw in the series against Gen G, where they're able to find these really creative angles. I think the drafts haven't quite had the same spark that they did in that series.
Yeah.
And
The
I'm alive, they're feeling good.
Yeah, the Jin doing 6,000 damage in that game is just not enough for a 30-minute game. And HLE showing Gen G what they should have done maybe to KT, showing how a controlled and strong, just solid game of League of Legends is supposed to be played. Hamaleif Esports up 2-0. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
오케이. 바텀은 세게 할 수 있다. 와볼래? 애니 더블 조심해봐. 애니 여기 위에 있다. 타워 이번에 깰만해. 한테 바텀 한번 떨어볼래? 한번? 오케이, 해볼게. 전 말고. 진 노플. 네, 좋고. 야, 럼블. 턴 노플. 나 안 죽어. 나 판테온 펜타 먹자. 라인. 판테온 펜타. 어떤데, 왕호요? 맞다. 내일 잘 골랐어. 나이스. 판 잘하자.
When they speak of Viscero, unbroken, undefeated, of a warrior who repaid mercy with allegiance. When they speak of the king's chosen protector, the prince's beloved mentor, Demacia's honored seneschal, when they speak of the foundations of our kingdom, of what makes a true Demacian, they speak of you.
Hanwha Life Esports have gone through this playoffs without dropping a game, and they are still undefeated here in the playoffs. 2-0 here against KT Ralston, 1 game away from being the top dog over at Inspire Arena. Digon alongside Ox and Wolf. And another game here where it just feels like KT can't get it going. They get an early kill, but then it just stalls out from there, and the first big skirmish just doesn't go their way.
Yeah, I feel like this kind of started with some concerns in the draft that we had. I feel like the Trundle, we've talked a little bit about it. I think it's just a really difficult draft to play the Trundle into where, the Pantheon's going to have a lot more early impact. You're going to get shredded by the enemy team composition. There's so many carries which can just absolutely melt you. The Orianna Pantheon just feels like such a strong 1-2. We did talk earlier in the week when that Azir's taken away, the strength of the Ori as that pick. And I feel like as much as the Rumble had, a great equalizer too, it's just not really worth how much you're trading off in return. And I also think like the Annie, as strong as it's been, Annie Trundle isn't as intimidating as like Annie Wukong in comparison.
There is no answer for the side lane Gwen Pantheon combo. There's just no way to shut that down. They were able to pinch Zeka a few times in sides, but otherwise they're missing a lot of damage here. Like the Jhin doesn't have a secondary melee threat to set him up, and when the fights go the way they do, like the consistent damage we saw in fights was from Tibbers most of the time. Jhin is just not able to close the gap. There's too many threats to get on top of him, and I think KT also in this series so far, in both games, but especially here in Game 2, are so brash with their team fighting and engaging and skirmishing, and they're just not respecting Hanwha. And Hanwha just keep getting these counter ganks, these counter engages, and crushing them.
Yeah, and I mean, in our first highlight here, you could see that KT are trying to fight together. They're trying to stick together, but in this one, it just gets turned around upon on the top side of the map.
Yeah, unfortunately, KT here want to make a collapse happen, and you could see like what from their vision looks like. Okay, no one's here. We can get maybe this pick on the Zeka, ward the Tri-Brush. Delight's still here. Shows in this top lane, disappears, and now they don't know where he is, right? But they see there's still a Zeka, and they've been trying. Their whole win con, their whole game plan for this game too is to collapse on Zeka and kill him, and they just assume no one's here. But there's 2 missing champions on the screen. Delight, who first sets this up with the Pantheon, and it's really easy for this turn to happen here for Hanwha Life Esports, and KT just had no idea that Delight was still there, and the global Pantheon wasn't respected here. They even commit the TP here as well, and there's just nothing for it.
Yeah, and I also feel like
Perfect doesn't even ult for the kill.
Doesn't ult for the kill on the Pantheon, but I also feel like when you're playing in the Pantheon specifically, you have to be so confident that not only do you have a numbers advantage, that it's enough that you're going to decisively win the fight before the Pantheon gets there, because you know he's coming. You know he's got the ultimate, you know he's going to join the fight, and it's why this pick has been so powerful during the regular season, was banned away so often, is because you can be so far away and just be able to join the fight at a moment's notice, and so instantly have impact with a point-and-click CC on the burst. And I think they just went for a fight where, again, they were targeting Zeka heavily in this game, didn't really have the full information, and weren't able to find favor in that skirmish.
Yeah, good adaptation there by Hanwha Life Esports within the game to figure out what KT was trying. And then here's the moment that got the fans going here, if you're a Hanwha Life fan, knowing how Peanut might be leaving LoL Park, or is leaving LoL Park for the last time here. It all starts off with the equalizer you talked about. Perfect in use earlier. This looks good.
So the question becomes, though, did they need to use the equalizer here? Sometimes you can get an insanely high value equalizer, and it guarantees the dragon in this case. 100% makes sense. But maybe they could have just held it, got the dragon, and then looked for more, because Hanwha Life Esports don't leave. And now they know the equalizer's down. KT are going to be a little bit split. They take their opportunity.
I think it's one of these situations where if you do commit the equalizer, maybe you just have to give the Atacon up, which feels terrible, but once you've committed that tool, it's hard to say just give up the Atacon, but they're now without a major team fight tool. They end up committing to the Atacon fight, and I think another factor is we end up with the Jhin going for this ultimate, which is in a decent position, but you're so far from the fight that when the 4 shots actually end up coming through, after the fact, we see Dr. moves in, and he has to run so far to actually join the fight. So the Jhin ult doesn't get a huge amount of value. Now Dr.'s running over. He's not hitting anything. He's not hitting anything. Still not hitting anything. He's kind of zoned out. The Jhin hasn't really done anything other than that ult. And by the time he finally gets there, the fight is already over. So I think the fact he didn't have the equalizer, the fact that the Jhin ult didn't get huge value and Dokkan wasn't really there in the fight. I think just a lot of things went wrong for KT there.
They could have also just walked away after the Otacon secure and said, okay, well, this is just a lost cause, because taking the fight itself was a little bit optimistic, right? But with no equalizer and Perfect being so low, he then like scraps shields and tries to go back in. Peter's disjointed. Like, it was just a disaster there at the end of the fight. This might be a case where we remember this series as a 3-0 for Hanwha Esports and KT choked, because I think KT is capable of winning this series, capable of showcasing some really cool drafts. We're not seeing the draft magic. It's a lot of comfort, like the Scion pick for Perfect into the Rumble, not inspiring yet. And we're seeing KT constantly force these skirmishes and getting outclassed and starting to double down on those skirmishes and forcing fights that we know they wouldn't have done in that series against Gen.G. And I think KT really need to grab hold of themselves here, grab hold of Mantle. Cuz not performing the same way that he was in that series against Canyon, because you're so close to finals, right? And they've been in this position before. 2023 lower bracket, end up losing to T1 there. They've choked away these big series in the past, but this feels like it might be like a monumental choke if they can't turn it around.
Yeah, I think, you know, earlier in the year, teams have had to figure out who they were. I think B&K Fearx, they figured out, all right, Vikla, you just play those utility, you play Annie. BDD can't be playing Annie, man. BDD needs to be on a playmaker, setting up with Cuz to get things going. We'll see if they're able to do so, or if it's going to be a clean sweep here. Hanwha Life Esports, 1 game win away from the top dog over at Inspire Arena. Let's send it on over the casters for game number 3.
Thank you, Degon, Ox, and Wolf for that breakdown. We are getting into game number 3. And let's see if KT's got any gas left in the tank, or if Hanwha Life Esports is just that team when it comes to playoffs. 3-0ing T1, making it look easy. Can they 3-0 back-to-back and secure their ticket to the grand finals?
Would be really a resurgence, because even though Hanwha were our second seed, in the minds of many of us, they were pretty far behind T1, and Gen.G coming in just didn't look like they were having the consistent same performance. Would not have made second if they were very decidedly third if we just looked at the performances of round 3 to 5. And then we got to playoffs, and they have just not looked the same since, in the most positive manner possible, right? The plans have been great. The drafts have felt very well rounded, while also being suited to the team's strengths. And for KT, I think there were many qualms about that draft, but for me, it's not just that, it's also that they just don't look as cohesive as they did before. And they look a little bit more lost on the map, which was a big reason of their win against Gen.G, was Cuz in particular, always being ahead on tempo. And we haven't seen him be able to do that in this entire series, and I think we don't want a 3-0. I know I predicted a 3-0, and we can lean into the memes.
Yeah.
It'd be way better if at least get us to a game 4. You know, give the
because then it would be my prediction.
Give something to the Andes.
It's really important to me, okay? I need my 3-1 to be correct.
Oh, like the Ziggs ban here. Good shout out. With less AD carries now available, you're going to be going towards something like Isaiah, for example. If you end up playing it to Ziggs, it's bad. It's really bad. It's not fun. I'll get to play the video game, and I mean, this is the least hot take of all time. You know, this is cold, straight up cold. But get BDD.
Cold take.
Get BDD with something where he can impact more. I think the Talia was actually fine to me. I wasn't as bothered by that one, but I don't want to see BDD on any.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay if they have a jungle to go along with it to actually make plays, but Annie and Trundle for BDD Cuz, that's just like, I don't know. It just did not hit quite that well. As Renekton going to be taken away from Perfect, so trying to deny some comfort here.
Looking at the picks that are still available, Rise, I was about to say high up there, would give us a lot of what we want. And a lot of the Rise counter picks haven't felt that great. Cassio has been the one that has been the most successful. Victor, I feel like it's just not in the best of spots, and also I don't really want to see Zeka on Victor. I don't think that's what they need. So Ambessa, I think, could just be blinded here as well. Like, we are getting to the point where a champion like that could be very high up. We also haven't mentioned Yunara, which Wukong's banned, Vi's banned. Really, Yunara to me feels kind of like the Zeri checklist. Obviously, the champions play differently in practice, but there is a lot of overlap in that. You do need a way to guaranteed lock her down. No Jarvan, no Pantheon, no Vi, and no Wukong. What will the answer of Cuz be here?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question.
That's a perfect
Maybe like
classic.
a Nocturne or...
It's been good on that. Yeah, I guess. Nocturne Rise is kind of a classic combo.
Yeah.
But like Nocturne Rise Cassante...
Doesn't inspire that much joy. Thinking about a Smolder.
I am really worried about jungle. As a Duck Dump, little grin there, gets to play the dragon. I'm like, there is no flex either. This is all very set in stone. Wanted to try and think of a way, but there's just no.
Nope.
No flexing. Just gonna beat the Smolder in the hands of Duck Dump. Docker's on a dragon. As that is a pick that does not fill us with excitement, even though it is. I mean, it's hard to pick a most iconic pick for Pina because there's a lot of eras, but this one is definitely high up there. Not quite Maokai level, but it is exceptional though with the Mbessa, and it also makes me believe that they're going to be looking for a more lane dominant support. Like Nico obviously is one we often see, but Lulu is another to try and make sure that they still have guaranteed engage, and between Mbessa and the Sejuani, it does give you a lot of tools, as they are going to ban first the Silas, which actually is a really good shout. I hadn't thought of him, but even though he himself doesn't have guaranteed backline access, if he gets an Mbessa, and obviously even the ultimate of Sejuani is a lot of value. You don't have to ban Trundle because it's gone.
Yeah. That's the wonderful thing about Fearless. These drafts begin to mutate and develop as we get along here. The Galio taken away from Zeka, thinking that maybe they're just going to go for a full-on protect the Yunara plus Mbessa comp.
When you say develop, all I can think of the bottle of BDD Classic that we have.
2018.
Give us something. And again, not talking about BDD specifically, but more so KT being in a position where he can actually make the impact. I think on the Rise, we're feeling a lot better about that, as we do not know what mid lane is going to be here for Humble Life. And the Skarner also gets taken away here from Cuz, which I think if it's Cassante Skarner, it would really lead into what you were saying, just full on protect the Smolder. I think instead of Skarner, I'd rather have seen an Ivern ban though. I know it is a niche jungler, but like this is the type of setup where, you know, for a lot of teams, if you get Ivern and Smolder in a good position to carry, that should be enough to win the game. There's also no Tryndamere in this one, which I think also helps.
Well, there could be if they really wanted to go for an AD mid, but
no, it's Tryndamere jungle, the inspired classic.
Yeah, no,
no, it's not.
Let's not do that. Thinking about a mid laner, looks like it will be TF. And so not anything melee to go along with the Sejuani, but you have excellent pick potential. Just throw out a Sejuani ultimate, throw out a gold card. You can follow up easily with the Mbessa.
What is it going to be for Cuz? There's some Cuz classics, you know, the Zek is one we often talk about, that really not a lot of other players play besides him.
Viego?
This is not a Viego draft. Oh my god. Please don't.
It's a Cuz classic.
I know it's a Cuz classic, and there's been many drafts where I'm like, you know, in the last game, that would have been a Viego angle. Imagine if it's any Viego instead. That would have been wonderful. What is it going to be? Nocturne. Yeah. It's fine. Nocturne into TF is something that we've talked about at length. I think the power paranoia works well, but like, who's going to dive with this Nocturne? Like, your side laning pressure will be safe, but I don't know. Was the light going to pick into this Nautilus? Braum is open.
He's smiling. It's Camille! And... okay. It's into
What the hell?
So, I feel like it should be totally fine in this lane. Especially with the
so
Yunara.
Cool. Oh, Delight. Well, to really ensure that they have another way of diving the Smolder, they added a guaranteed jail. Now, is it That said, is this really a Camille angle? I don't think so. Because I think that you have Cassante, who is able to drag her out. You have Nocturne, that's going to make it really hard for the rest of your team. I don't know. I'm just going to enjoy the fact that we're having Camille Sport again. If you haven't seen it, it used to be all the rage with the Halo Blades. You're very strong in the early levels. And your R is going to get a lot of value. Also, delight playing something fun. I will enjoy, but really, all this does is make me believe that a Game 4 is possible, Veldes. That's what it's doing.
Well, apparently there was a baseball game between Hama and KT today, which Hama did win. We'll see if the same can happen here over at League of Legends. Currently is looking that way as we are ready. Let's hop into the Rift for game number 3.
수환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
So do we have a change in build? Is it going to be like Spellbook Camille? Are we go? No, that's Halo Blades. Alrighty.
She does the attack fast in a burst.
Oh yeah. And Yunara has had a really interesting development because remember before she came out, a lot of pros were like, I don't know, her laning phase is rough. And then Rude was like, no, you are all bad. It's broken.
Her laning phase is actually maybe the best.
Oh, we're doing it again. It's fine. It's fine. I liked it.
Fine.
I liked it more in the other setup. Because to me, I know Smolder top can be very obnoxious to play into, but Mbessa is one of those picks where, I guess for the first couple of levels, she doesn't really have the skills or the haste to bounce around as much. So you will probably still be fine, and Smolder gets to stack a little bit. I do worry a little bit about the 2v2 in bot, though. We'll have to see. Camille does obviously have a ton of damage available.
Well,
yeah.
Just going in, taking trades with Halo Blades, and if you are a melee champion, you do not survive.
No, you don't. Not the best level 1 trade I've ever seen here for KT. Really hurting my my confidence in that promised game 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least Dokdom will be stacking nicely, so that's something. But it's kind of, you know how Mbessa doesn't get that many hops? Like, I think that Dokdom doesn't get to, you get to stack a decent amount. But for me, Smolder is, yeah, there you go. Is one of those champions that I think really excels when you can just stack in mid-game. Because early game, like, you just don't have that many ways to stack consistently compared to when you get a couple of points, right? You need your different skills. As that
DK Kellen.
That's a throwback. Spring playoffs. So that's the last time we still saw the Camille Sport come out. I feel like it is pretty self-explanatory. It has a really impressive laning phase. And you have guaranteed lockdown with your ultimate when it comes to it.
Let me ask you a question, Chronicler. Which one do you like more, Camille or Rammus support?
I think this is really mean. I don't think this is necessary.
Uh-huh.
You didn't have to bring that back up.
I was just curious. I just want, we've seen a lot of weird new, we've seen a lot of weird new picks in the support lane, support position, especially engaged supports in Fearless when we get into later games.
No, you know what you did.
Wow.
Oh, tempo barrier there for Viper. Like it a lot. Make sure that he can get the recall off. No, Rude. As a
so,
he might be in
what's
trouble.
The answer?
No!
Here's Delight, and he's going to flash on in, but BDD can easily answer the double flash with his own flash.
And that's a bit of a mistake from Zeka. A split second later on his stun, and that play ends up working.
Does Zeus go down? Here's the question. The flash auto from the Nautilus should just get it done, but Peter might be going down as he had to use the flash to get it done. But some assists, and at least Viper's here to get the wave.
That was very close to not working. Peter, actually, that was a crazy curved hook. The fact he got the hook there onto Zeus, I think, saves that play. Otherwise, it's a bit of a disaster. Instead, the trade comes through. Noxian getting a kill is great, though. You always want to try and get those as early as possible. Because if we take another look here, as highlighted, Nocturne's not the best dive champion, it's pretty telegraphed. But Peter obviously is quite strong. Watch the hook that comes through here. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But that's the one that allows them to actually take them down. There's definitely enough damage. Dogdom also was in the solo lane, so he actually was decently leveled. Gold not really going to change substantially, but that was 2 flashes invested for just BDDs. So again, Zeka, if he's a split second later there, and Delight actually does get his, which he did well, the flashy off. He also knocked back the Rise, and the initial stun comes in, so like, I think he's just always dead. Doesn't end up happening though, is nice.
Ooh, Slurkle kill. You don't see those every day.
Not you two.
I mean, we're just all on the Slurkle hype train.
Not all. Not all.
Very hyped for it. It's a fantastic addition to our league.
He hooked him out of hookshot there. Nicely done. Peter,
yeah,
kind of on fire here early on.
Well, he knows that somebody's got to make the plays. And the Nautilus selected here to deal with the Unara, but also just very good at making plays. Plant some hooks, get some flashes going, make some plays.
And he's been, I think Peter has been really performing admirably throughout the whole day. As the plate comes through. And to remind everyone, both these teams are still in the upper bracket. Winner is guaranteed to be in the grand final in Incheon. And the loser will be playing the winner of tomorrow's match, which is a toss-up between T1 and Gen.G, and also not the expected. Not even lower bracket final, it's just lower bracket.
Yeah. And this is just going to be secured by Peanut. We do see the Destiny coming out here, so actually trying to make a play on a Peanut who is very far behind enemy lines.
Very dead.
And no execution will be coming through. They can easily give this kill over to the carry, who is BDD. It's pretty nice. They got some leads in mid and in jungle now, even ahead of the TF.
And Zeka also using his ultimate there, doesn't actually get any value out of it. Nocturne gets another stack of his ultimate hunter, and really the only price KT have to pay is that the top side had to be abandoned because Dogdom can't stay there by himself, and obviously they overloaded the bottom half of the map. So there's going to be a plate. Not really going to make that much of a difference in gold, but I do think KT are feeling good about how this early game is playing out. And the TF that's even is behind. So, thus far, not too much that Zeka has been able to find. And Cuz with a lead is also something I think KT fans are going to be very happy about.
Yeah, he gets level 6 and has been going for the Hex plate pretty consistently when he does play this pick. And we'll see what that looks like as we do come along in this game. Very excited for TF to try to cast his ult and get value just to have Paranoia in his face. We'll see if Cuz can be proactive and try to make plays. You were talking about who's going to dive with the Nocturne. We'll have to wait and see if maybe it can be Nautilus, maybe it can be Rise. I suppose Cassante can get in there as well. But even just denying Zeka playmaking ability and being proactive with that Paranoia could be worth it.
A lot of issues that both teams need to solve here. We do see that the Light has not been able to really get the most out of the Camille support. Again, is one of those picks where I think you really want to try and play for lane a lot, because this is ultimate available, but doesn't look like Zeka is within range. We'll have to see. I don't know if KT can contest this. Smolder has to catch the wave. They do have Cassante on the way. Zeus has TP, so this could end up being a 5v5.
I mean, Peter is just running on in there as in will go Cuz as well. That is secured by Delight, of all people. So going to pick up that.
Huh.
I'm not sure how that managed to happen.
That's not like one. Giving over a kill, you get 2 grubs. It's not even one. Even 3 grubs, I don't think is necessarily worth it.
Yeah.
But Cuz is popping off early on. That's another kill in the books for him. So I don't know if they were like hoping to get something going here, but it's very straightforward. I think Dogdom would have liked the kill, try to get it, but killing him there as fast as possible definitely makes sense. Peanut maybe looking for a play here as they do spot them out, but Nocturne's there.
Yeah.
So the coverage comes through, and that's the second ultimate from Zeka. And neither ult really finding anything. Does mean that things are looking okay as BDD phase rushing, and he's just fine. They're not finding a lot here, or Hamla.
Yeah.
I'm feeling good, Valdez. These are promising signs.
All right, just gonna flash and press our buttons on a Duck Dom. The hook shot is going to force the flash away. As the turret shot taken here, we got a Rise looking to join the party. BDD does have his flash. In he goes on to Delight, who is not having a lot of fun. BDD taking a long time to take the kill, but eventually will. And it is another good play for BDD.
And Zeka can't do the play because he used his flash, or his ultimate earlier there. BDD still at his Realm Warp, and as I was saying, good signs. As the aggression there from Delight and Viper doesn't quite end up panning out. Should have seen that one coming though, like given that your TF is looking to base and doesn't have his ultimate available, very aggressive player, good exhauster onto Viper, I think otherwise Doctor might have just died. And then there we have Doctor also with a good flash to not get hook shot, which again would have taken him down as well. BDD just flashing to secure the kill, not giving the opportunity for the TF to roam up. And Zeka also decides that, yeah, there isn't really a play to be made there. So the gold lead for KT, it's there. It's nothing major. And we have to see how the actual fights play out, but it's a good start. We haven't talked about top lane yet, though. And that is not going to get better.
Yeah, top lane, schmop lane.
No, that is a Bessa. That is a problem.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's just sitting there getting free farm and chilling out, essentially.
Living his best life.
He got Eclipse. He is a champion. And Perfect is laning against Viper. So, not feeling very good. It's not the biggest lead we have on the Rift. That one will go to Cuz, who is very far ahead of the Sejuani. Peanut's going to have a very delayed hard steal in this game.
I wonder if they're trying to set up a bait here with Zeka posturing that far forward, knowing Nocturne's around. Hanwha Life obviously want to play for this Dragon. Double Dragon will be big. Allow them to kind of bolster up the team as well. And there are still a lot of great Drakes available. And they are going to start it up here. Both Rise and Mbessa have teleport available. Zeka almost has his ult. KT, I do think they're going to look for the contest here, but they don't have a lot of river control.
Yeah, it's going to feel a bit forced from them. The Slurkle's going to hit Peter, and so will the gold card. As Paranoia does come out, they just engage on a Peter. As that front line is being torn to shreds by the Smolder, though. It's 2 kills to the Mbessa, and Zeus, look at Viper as well, moving forward. As now the shredding going the way of Humble Life Esports. Viper flashes away and gets to safety and snipes him down alongside of Zeus.
It's a triple!
Triple! Looking for more. Will it be another Quadra? No, that's taken by Viper.
Viper!
As he denies it, he will not get a Penta this time around. At least it wasn't Peanut, as he is dead. Flash over the wall. Duck Dom is basically just Mbessa food as Zeus picks up 4 kills. And you were just talking about the top lane, Chronicler.
Viper, you scumbag! don't give me that. Oh, I tried to get. No! You did not need to do that. As we take another look here. The fight set of the engage onto Peanut is okay, but I think there's a lot of time being bought there. And the people that are getting shredded are not the members that matter. It's the Camille as well as the Sejuani. So Viper's unchecked. Really doesn't take any risk there with the flash to make sure he doesn't get hit by the slow from the Smolder sneeze. And, you know, I get it. You're Yunara. Come on, man. Come on, give the Mbessa the Penta. And now, I don't even think he gets the Quadra because it's too long.
Yeah.
Because he didn't get that kill.
Unofficial Quadra. Now the second Quadra of sorts. Peanut's one was official on the Pantheon.
I have an update regarding my feelings.
Okay.
I am feeling worse about Game 4.
You're feeling great about your prediction, though. Prediction.
Yeah, but I mean, can I be honest with everyone?
You've just got such a great read on the players and the teams.
I can't believe you never let me live that one down.
No.
I actually don't care that much. I know that's a big meme.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. They're trying to kill Zeus here, and they might just be able to. The fear comes in. Zeus is just hitting the wave. He's like, well,
I'm dead.
I'm up here. I don't have flash. Like, I'm just dead. Meanwhile, Humble Life Esports trying to take down the mid-tier 1. They will not be able to. So it's a bit of damage being done. KT are striking back and are keeping this one close.
Wait, hold up.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all a bait.
Okay, well,
question mark?
Cuz is dead.
Yeah.
So I guess it is.
It was all a bait. Good job by Zeka.
What is happening?
I suppose. Take a look at the mid lane, though, as that one is going down to DuckDumb and Peter. They're just kind of getting free farm, so is BDD.
Is this solo queue or what is going on?
Yes. Yes, it's solo queue.
We got people TPing to where there's a Camille support in my game. It's very confusing. Cuz is dead. That's most of the gold lead for KT. So without Cuz, they can't fight. That's going to be Herald being taken. I feel like Zeka should not be continuously getting away with it, but it is. But he is, and I don't really know how. But he's also up almost 1,000 gold, and he will be if he gets his turret, which Perfect's going to make sure that that doesn't happen. How did he TP away from BDD? Like, how did that happen?
I think BDD just didn't get there on time.
Maybe, yeah. Or maybe he used his route before.
Yeah, it's possible. Don't know if we're going to get a replay of it, since it was essentially just him TPing to the top lane. Did bait in Cuz?
The bait worked. Yeah. They didn't get perfect as well. That would have been even better, but I don't think they're going to be complaining too much. As Viper, yeah, so the Ambessa is the big talking point, but there is also the almost 1k gold up Yunara that is a big problem. Cole's now cashed in. Zeka is just on a ward.
This mid-game for Humble Life Esports is going to be
there's
pretty insane.
There's Shojin.
Shojin's is done. It's 2-item Ambessa. And the biggest issue about this mid-game is that it's Hextech Soul.
Yes.
And they have Double Dragon.
Yes.
So you're just accelerating so fast as Humble Life Esports. And as DuckDumb, you're like, guys, please, I just want to get my stacks. But you just don't have time.
You do not. Well, so I think it's the Smolder special where you just say, okay, you can have this Drake. And next Drake will get you.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they can fight. I know that the gold lead doesn't look that big, but most of the gold is on Nocturne.
Yeah. That's why you don't only look at the gold leads.
Yes.
That's why we try to explain the intricate details.
And then TF will, I mean, Zeka might actually hit 2 items for this next upcoming fight, although he is still in jungle, so maybe he doesn't have the gold. But they're so strong. I don't really think you can fight here. Hexgate's going to allow them to take control of this pit as well. Viper is just able to hold Prio 1v2 there. And they're going to try and fight this. If you lose this fight, that's it. I think you just get knocked down to the lower bracket. This is going to be a breaking point in the game. If they do deny the dragon, maybe just Cuz goes in and you get the Drake. That, I think, is fine. But if you lose an actual fight, like mid lane turret's going to be gone. And I don't think Smolder is going to be able to stack up whatsoever.
We have Rift Herald as well for Peanut.
Just play for the gold. Oh, God.
Zeka's actually chunking, as now they're just going to ult onto him, and Zeka kind of just laughs and says, okay, cool.
Yeah, I got TP.
You got the turret, you got the TP. I didn't think the TP would come through, but it did.
Yeah.
And the Drake goes over to Humble Life Esports, which KT were going to give up anyway.
Not bad for KT. Obviously not what you want to have happen, but the Small Bear and Rise comp does, as it turns out, need time to get to the point where they are big threats as top lane.
Yeah. I believe. I think he's got some really good skills.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it lasts this long.
No, it doesn't.
He's like, no, I got to get the farm.
That's a true top laner right there, by the way.
I can't miss the farm.
Maybe he'll get the charge anyway. It's fine.
Yeah.
You will.
No.
No.
Realm Warp, though. Baits out the Realm Warp. And, yeah, I feel like we're really digging deep to try to find angles for KT Rolster, but I'm not seeing them.
I'm having a tough time, Velda.
Yeah, I don't think there are very many angles. And you might say, oh, it's only 2,000 gold and it's a TF. There's a chance, surely.
Thanks, Peanut. He knows we needed that one. It's kind of funny because I feel like in the last 2 games, Humble Life to me were just kind of like a machine. They were clean, and I'm not saying KT didn't have any good plays, particularly game 1. I think they really were able to find a lot of counter punches. But I think Humble Life looked clean. They looked calculated, very methodical, always had a plan. this game we're doing a lot more freestyling. We got Peanut just trying to like drift on the people. Zeka has had like 4, and like you said, he's a good place. He has 6 out of 7 kills he's been involved in, but it just none of the classic TF ones.
Ooh.
And is it gonna matter when Dokdom hits the stacks? Because they do have Mbessa, TF, and Camille support. That will Camille is going to like hookshot in from 3 screens away, press flash, and then press R on Dokdom. That is gonna that is an inevitability.
Yeah. At least everybody will be burning as he dies. If they all pile in,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah, if they just like all engage in a straight line.
Yeah. Which probably won't happen.
The problem is, like, again, I think the gold lead, even the compositions, it doesn't feel that bad, but then you look at where the gold is,
yeah,
and the map state, and it is just rough, Veldes. Yeah, this is just Otacon gone.
The comps as well, it's taken too long for KT to do anything, and now they're scrambling, trying to get some vision in here, but it gets denied immediately. They saw it was at 8K, now it's at 3K, cuz he's gotta just try to send it, in he goes, he's not going to get it. And the hook here in onto TF doesn't do much of anything. Zeka doesn't have that RFC just yet, but I mean, they got the Otacon. They're totally fine with this. As now the re-engage comes in, that's on to Cassante. As, yeah, there it is, comes in. He pressed the buttons, he actually did it. Peter is just dead, as Delight will be as well. But still, look at the health bar. Zeka gets into the back line. They take out the Smolder. They deny the Realm Orb, which is gigantic, as Viper is just rolling over the entire team and takes them down. It's a full ace for Humble Life Esports.
And now Viper gets denied the Penta because Zeka got into the back line. Took down Dokdom first. I love foreshadowing. As Delight did the exact thing. Nice attempt here from Cuz. I understand the reasoning for KT. You can look at this and be like, guys, why are we You can't just keep giving everything up. They look for the steal, but I do think they should have just dipped immediately. I don't know why we're meandering there. And even though Perfect is able to kind of shrug it up, look at Delight, comes in from a mile away, even with Say's missing the ult and Delight going down. Zeka's like, thank you, picks up the kill, and then here Peanut with the flash Q to ensure that they don't get out. And when Otacon was taken, we kind of knew. Now we really know. It's done. It's just a sweep.
It's just a sweep. Humble Life Esports looking like the strongest team by far in the playoffs.
Don't give me the KT fan cam, no. Don't do that.
Progression has been so brutal, so ruthless.
That's esports.
In recent times especially. They're like, no, I need to find the crying fan and put them on camera immediately.
Yeah, that happened to me in the T+ series as well.
Yeah.
It's great stuff. That's sports.
Yeah.
The ups and downs.
The roller coaster.
The roller coaster.
Yeah. Zeka does have Roa, but so does BDD. And BDD is not even level 14. The Rise is taking forever to get online as Peter looks to just be dead. No hope for him. Just trying to get some vision, I guess, right before this Hextech Soul goes over to HLE.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we can talk about it, but like at this point. Because this is your moment. You have triple Scryer. Come on, buddy.
He's
we're not doing
even going to try.
We're not doing the thing.
I think he should have done the thing.
I think he should have done the thing. There's no Baron up yet.
Yeah.
So I think you could have gotten away with it. Yeah, there's no Baron. It's Hextech Soul on TF Yunara.
Yeah.
Huh.
Makes you wonder, you know, where's the magic? What happened to KT? I do think it's a combination of Gen G, especially their mid-jungle, not performing very well, and BDD and Cuz having a huge day out, the drafts being much better.
It's both, right? And I think that it's really, to me, is such a cool showcase, and I think we've seen this with so many teams in playoffs of... Even though we have teams like Gen G and T1 for a larger part of the second half of the year, Humble Life for the first half, that looks so much better. The margins really aren't that big. And on the best day of one team versus a worst day of another, crazy things can happen. The KT Magic struck big time in the previous series, and no one is going to deny that they were the better team in that series. I remember there was one game that they definitely also should have won that it didn't end up, so like the series as a whole felt very KT-sided. Dr. has hit his stack, so that's nice.
Nice.
Maybe we get a crazy overextension from Humble Life. They all funnel into Dr. He has flash.
Zeus has Death Stance.
No, I know. I didn't.
He just got his third item.
I know, and it's so broken. And Bessa with Death Stance is not okay.
It's actually crazy.
It's disgusting. But I think that the KT magic, it was there, and it can come back. I just don't think we're getting it today. That's all.
Yeah, no, it's the magic only lasts for so long.
It does. Yeah, at some point, what's the expression? You turn back into the pumpkin?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that is, in this case, they turn back into the roller coaster. But they always are the roller coaster, so I feel like the analogy doesn't really work.
Eventually, you realize the Easter Bunny doesn't exist.
Oh, hey.
You're like,
I don't know about that.
Yeah, true. I guess there are some of us out there, like Chronicler, who still believe.
Yes, famously.
Yeah. Famous
Easter
Easter Bunny
look at the
enjoyer.
setup here. It's hard to approach, but they have to try and fight.
Well, they're going to see Zeus at least.
Will it matter?
They're going to spot him as the turn. Yeah, Peter just flashing on in. They're going to engage onto pretty much anyone as the Paranoia does come out. And now they're just going to turn on a Zeka who did Destiny into the team by himself. And he's just going to flash away.
Uh-oh.
And now they're just getting corralled. They're all running away. He's got a gold card out again as the slow is coming in from the Hextech Dragon Soul. And in they go. They find Duck Dom, and in goes Delight. He dies immediately. It doesn't matter. He already did his job. Perfect. Doesn't have the damage. HLE, they will be going to the grand finals at Inspire Arena with this one team fight. They crush the hopes of all of KT.
And Humble Life for the entirety of the second half of the split, round 3 to 5, they were not in the same league as T1 and Gen G. And now they are undefeated in playoffs, made their way into the grand finals. And I mean, they're going to do a thing.
Yeah, they're not ending. Okay.
They're getting Nash. I think that's fine as well. But attempt to turn here onto Zeka, just cleanses, flashes away, ensures that he can't be engaged on, and that's the end of it. And then obviously, if we get an actual extended fight, there's just no way to live here as Delight, another flash ultimate. Dokdam not gonna have the best of time, and I really, if they were planning on playing this more, I just can't believe that they're bringing it out, like the Camille support, because it feels like, obviously, there are a lot of circumstances that need to hit. But there really isn't that much counterplay when you have a little bit of dive to go with it, and that is something that, unlike the KT comp, Humble Life have in spades. As level 16 for Viper. And
they really are doing a victory lap.
I don't think this series is lasting much longer, Valdez.
No. 24 stacks on Magias for Zeka.
Oh my god.
GA finished for Viper. And yeah, the series is over. The game is over.
It's done.
HLE just having some fun. You know, they want to make 100% sure. It's not just fun, right? They want to get the Baron, they want to get the full push off and make sure they don't mess anything up. And make sure they book that ticket right here, right now.
For KT, they'll be waiting in the lower bracket finals.
All right, there it is. Gonna find Duckdom actually with the ult and absolutely shred them down. As Viper taking the turret, doesn't seem to care. He's got the GA. So he got another triple kill coming out here. He's just gonna Realm Warp out of this one. And as we knew, HLE gonna take down the series 3-0, undefeated so far in the playoffs. As Viper not able to get the kill. HLE will be going to our grand finals of the LCK.
And you see a giggle as well there from Doug, because what can you do? When Humble Life is playing this well, this team, reigning LCK champions, current first-stand champion, that's a while back, but when you see them perform like this, like, oh yeah, of course they are. As all these players, I think, also had their moments today. Actually, the whole team able to have an impact. As Humble Life gets a chance, a guaranteed chance to defend their LCK title at the Inspire Arena. But for me, there's another thing, and you know who I voted for. We gotta give it to him, right? Surely Delight gets his POM. No, Valdez.
I'm like, Viper? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that. As Peanut holds up the jersey, it will be his last match in LOL Park before he does go off to the army, as he did announce on his stream.
Zeka, his return to form also needs to be noted. Definitely had a weak summer. Really felt like it was only parts of Hanwha, particularly Viper and Zeus, that I think were able to really keep it together. But the engages of Delight, the team fighting of Viper, as Zeka's mom cheering on yet again.
Delight mom.
Amazing.
As well. The whole family's together. As Peanut gives one final wave.
Oh.
That's gotta be a special kind of feeling. Especially because you just booked your ticket into Grand Finals. Like his year isn't over.
Oh,
like
no.
It's only, now we're really getting to the good part of Peanut. It's just, obviously, this will be his final moments at Lal Park, so already got a bunch of crying fans.
Wonder how that feels as Zeus not able to stay alive here early on, but none of it really ended up mattering. For KT, I think were a lot of questions after the series that they fought against Gen G. Not about them winning that one, but about how would their form continue. And I think that today was a combination of kind of coming back down to earth. KT for a large part of the season wasn't really able to replicate the highs that it did in the Gen G series. But I think one of the main other token points is going to be that it felt like their drafts really hit a high during that series. We didn't really see any of that here. Now, part of that I think might also be it's a Humble Lives prep, because I do think that their drafting has been the best, really in the entirety of the playoffs, which is why they haven't been defeated.
They haven't lost.
They're ongoing,
and they might not at all. If they go to Grand Finals and we have any other team make it, even if it's like Gen G return to form, I don't know. Like, I think HLE are just the favorites after what we've seen from the playoffs. And that really just comes down to current form. Like, if you look at the regular season, obviously Gen G should be favorites. But right now, I can't quite say that that will be the case. So very curious to see how it's all going to pan out. You know, maybe Gen G or T1 have an excellent best of 5 against the other one.
Yeah.
And then we're like, ooh, okay, we got a real challenger here.
Oh,
or maybe KT ever return to form in lower finals and they make it. That would be interesting, the rematch between these two.
That will be the case. We'll see if it's a return to order, right? The tier list coming through again. But also what this means for the depth of the LCK. The fact that KT was able to beat Gen G, the fact that Hanwha, despite looking a little rough in the second half of the split, just have this type of bounce back. Gonna make you believe that this team can do some crazy stuff at Worlds with, and even last year, even last year, I think that did end up losing to BLG, but that series was absolutely ludicrously close.
Yeah.
And a complete giga banger. So maybe we get a rematch of that. Would be cool. But Hanwha Life, at lowest, going to be our number 2 seed. And with this performance, like, come on now. Let's be real.
Let us be real.
Come on.
And give Delight his POM. There it is! He picks it up! Not Rel and Camille. And there you go.
we got the Mao cap.
We got the Mao celebration.
Yeah! Yeah, I'm very happy. If this didn't do it, then we would have to do some serious talking to people.
So Crackler, 3-0 for your final cast at Lal Park.
Yeah, so...
How does it feel?
Doing the Mao interview first?
Yeah.
So, if this was like a hard-fought 5-gamer, you know, the adrenaline come down, like, I'd probably be very emotional. Instead, this was just... I had a great time.
Yeah.
We had a wonder... This is really a very fun final cast. I've had a lot of wonderful times here. Both of you... and with Max, and in some rare occasions we did like the weird tri-cast, but here.
Yeah.
That didn't really happen often, but that did happen a few times. But there wasn't enough game to really get me riled up to the point where...
You're not invested enough.
No, where anything could make me cry. So unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, you'll be spared the tears.
No
today.
crying Mao today.
Tomorrow, tomorrow is cooked. That's not.
There's tomorrow.
Yes.
There's the final.
No, that's also... There'll be a lot of opportunities. But this was fun.
There's the after party. There's there's the sending Mao home party. Oh, no, we have so many opportunities.
God. That's too many, though. Actually, now I'm happy that this one is happy.
Yeah.
Because they
can't all be sad.
Well, no. I mean, they can be bittersweet, but like, why be bittersweet when it's a quick 3-0, nothing to see here?
We have to be happy that it happened.
There we go.
You know?
And this is the type of series where you're like, you know what, even if you're a KT fan, we're at Worlds, we beat Gen G.
And HLE are like really, really good. So you're like, well, okay, I guess we're not going to beat them. Not on their best day.
That is going to be a hard prediction to make as well. Like in the rematch, if we get it, if Gen G or T1, like, I don't know.
I think I'd have to go for HLE.
Right?
Yeah. I don't know. At this point, it just feels like we're going to get back-to-back. I don't know.
But last time, it was Home Alive in the position of coming from lower bracket.
Yeah.
And then they won.
Maybe lower bracket is just the way, as we are going to have the full team interview here in just a moment. And afterwards, we will be also having the space interview with Peanut. So good to get a lot of thoughts from also the team, but also Peanut directly.
Those space interviews have been amazing. I've really been enjoying them.
Yeah.
They're very, very good.
Especially all the fans hoarding outside the glass.
So cute. And we could put the autograph on the autograph wall.
Yeah. Well, guys, we are done here on the desk for now. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation of the team interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the full team interview for the 2025 LCK Playoffs Round 3 upper bracket, where Hana Life Esports just took a 3-0 victory. Please welcome Zeus, Peanut, Zeka, Viper, Delight, and head coach Dandy. Zeus, you took a 3-0 last match and another 3-0 victory today. Not a single game dropped to advance directly to the finals. How do you feel? Now, our team, compared to the regular season, I feel like everyone's been playing a lot better in the playoffs. And I feel like we're on better terms in terms of the synergy and cohesion. So I feel like the practice process has really paid off. And we actually got your top rec side today. And even in solo queue, you were seen practicing her very diligently. So what got you to pick her today? She's actually really good with the laning phase, and she never really falls off throughout the game. And honestly, I wasn't thinking about picking her at the first game, but somehow she looked really good, so I ended up picking her in game 1. So in level 1, we had really just been practicing the level 1 swap. But I feel like I just feel a little bit of regret because I didn't really do as well during the laning phase. And as we mentioned, you didn't drop a single game this series. And you mentioned that you guys are doing better and have a better performance. So what was the biggest aspect that kept you to stay ahead? I can't say that we didn't make any mistakes. We actually did make several mistakes, so I hope that we can actually brush up for the finals. And what is your resolution for the finals? I've been winning Worlds, but it's been a while since I got a regional title, so I really want it. We are cheering for you to achieve that goal. And Peanut, what a meaningful day for you. A 3-0 to close it off. How do you feel? Today is such an important, meaningful day. And I came here with a mindset, I really have to win. I really want to win no matter what. And getting a 3-0 makes me really happy. And honestly, there's a lot of thoughts crossing my mind. Did you expect the 3-0 today? No, not a 3-0, but I knew that it was very evenable for us today. And even before the match today, many mentioned that the jungle pathing will be the key. So, what was your jungle preparation like? Our previous match, when Kaz was against Gen G, he actually showed up with a bunch of different pathing. And today, we actually talked about how, it's probably going to be around the same, or maybe he'll just take his usual jungle pathing. That's just something that we discussed in the green room. and peanut to celebrate your last match at Low Park. You handed out some rice cakes to everyone, and thank you for the delicious treat. What was Low Park to you? As a player, I feel like this is the place that I have been playing at the most. Even when Low Park just first opened and when I was performing, I actually had underperformed back then. And I feel like I've been all over the place in terms of my performance, and I feel like I've grown a lot as a player, and it just, looking back, it feels great. And just being able to finish strong on my last match to head to the finals is just such an amazing thing. Perhaps we'll see you back here in the future. Yeah, I guess you never know what's going to happen. And what is your mindset for the finals? Now that we made it to the finals, I want to make sure that I get to commemorate it with myself winning the championship. So the title, the LCK. And I hope that our fans will continue supporting us, and please keep your faith in us. And let's talk to Zeka. This marks your second LCK finals appearance. How do you feel? Today was a 3-0 and a direct ticket to the finals. Makes me very happy. And there were some shortcomings in the regular season, but you've been very solid in the playoffs. So what feedback did you get, and what did you do to fix your performance? And I feel like there are a lot of big mistakes and a lot of shortcomings, you're right, during the regular season. And I just felt really confident that I can make it far as long as I'm able to improve my own performance. And your mid lane opponent wasn't an easy opponent. It was the KT's ace, BDD. So how did you break him down to counter him? Watching KT Roasters matches, it looked like they were all moving around their jungler. So I knew that as long as I'm able to play well from the laning phase and hold the fort down in the mid lane, that it would go well for us. And this will be your second finals in a row, so how confident are you for the title? We made it to the finals, but I am quite confident when it comes to finals. Well, we look forward to your performance at the finals. Next, Viper. You made it to the finals once again. How do you feel? I get to get on the high grounds, the big stage. It feels amazing. You had been showing up with some flawless performance in the playoffs. So what comms were there within the team during the games? During the regular season, we had a lot of our problems to fix. And I can't pinpoint what type of problems there are in detail. But I feel like right now the bot lane is crucial, so we actually just always talk about what to play and how to play out the bot lane. And KT, just like how Hana Life Esports did before, utilized the level 1 AD carry and top swap. So was this expected? What was your game plan? I thought that maybe they could actually pull that off, and the enemy was with the Kaisa with Ghost, so it was actually very, very predictable. So I think even in the future, we'll have to constantly think about what sort of curveballs the enemy can throw at us. And now that you will head over to the Inspire Arena. Oh, it looks like your mother is on site with your uniform. She looks so happy. Anything you would like to say about your mindset for the finals and your mother? I want to close it out with a victory and make sure that I can win the title. And thank you so much always for your support and delight. After last summer, you are back to the finals and you were the POM today. How do you feel? We had struggled during the regular season, and as we stepped into the playoffs, I feel like we definitely leveled up, which feels amazing. And your opponent, KT, actually was quite destructive, even against Gen G, and they took them down for an upset. So what was the preparation like for you guys? You know, I always thought that as long as I play well, that the games will go well. I mean, it always ends up going the way that we actually end up winning when I do well. So yeah, you did say that in the previous interview. So are you pretty satisfied with your performance now? Honestly, I think, you know, we have the finals remaining. I feel like I can do even better, and I think I'm capable of performing even better. And you pulled out Camille's support, so walk us through that pick. You know, there are a lot of choices that we had been practicing for the support. And out of all the options, yeah, Camille was one of the picks that we had practiced and we had kept it in mind. Yeah, and then Camille is actually something that I've been playing in solo queue too. And it's actually Viper's first choice. So how was your Camille support, Viper? It was very good. And you said you will play even better on the finals. So are you confident for the title? You know, as far as I know, I have 100% title win rate at the finals. So I will keep my record going. And lastly, we have our head coach Baekhyun. So what do you think contributed to today's 3-0 victory? You know, there are various reasons, but in the coaching staff, our draft was very good, and our players who actually were able to pull off those picks probably all contributed to today's victory. And what would you like to commend your players for? You know, all 5 of our players are amazing. And what's most important was that we won all the skirmishes and team fights. So I think that's just something that we have seen the most improvement on as compared to before. And for Peanut, who had his last match at Lowell Park, would you like to say anything to him? Just one moment, please. Well, Peanut, you have gone through so much and you worked so amazingly hard. And I feel like it's so amazing that you're able to show off and show up today on your last match. And what about you? What would you like to say? You know, it wasn't an easy season, but I'm really grateful for all the trust that you had me, and I appreciate your support and just believing in me. It looks like you guys are not even looking at each other while saying this. Well, at the finals, you will meet either KT, Gen.G, and T1. So who do you think you'll meet? Yeah, they're all quite competitive, and it's really hard to predict who's going to make it. But despite who we are against, I believe that as long as we keep up our form, we'll be able to defeat our opponent, no matter who they are. And what is your mindset for the finals? Now that we worked so hard and made it to the finals, I want to make sure that we finish off strong by winning. And that's the end of the full team interview with Hana Life Esports. And back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, for the final time here at Lowell Park for Hanwha Life Esports, as they are one step away from defending their crown as LCK champions. A clean 3-0 here against KT Rolster. Both dominant performance by Hanwha Life Esports and disappointing performance by KT.
Yeah, I think it's both ways, right? I think we expected definitely more from KT, especially me and Wolf, but I think HLE also stepping up and delivering another 3-0, yet to drop a single game in playoffs, which certainly wasn't an expectation going into playoffs with that kind of form we'd seen in the Legend group.
And with this 6-0 in playoffs, Hanwha Esports, if you compare them to the rest of the teams we still have remaining, look to be the most consistent. And that's the thing that worries other fans, right? KT Rolster still had to go to 5 to beat Gen.G. Didn't look great today, so that lower bracket final, you're a little bit worried. But the same to be said of T1, who played a relatively close series against D+, nearly lost to D+, earlier on as well. And then you have Gen.G with a really rough performance against KT Rolster as well, where Canyon and Chovy underperformed. So, you know, Valdez said like he's ready to predict Hanwha's taking the whole title regardless of who goes right now. I think we have a lot more game to play before we're going to be able to make those statements definitively. But right now, looks like we might have the back-to-back.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, we'll see. You know who got themselves a victory today as well? Was Delight, our POM. Again, we were trying to go through the list of who was playing well, who could pick it up. Got a couple that you didn't like, but we end up going with Delight, getting that one from everyone except Media and Soup and Chijijik and
I'm a Viper voter.
Yeah.
A little bit of recency bias on that third game.
Yeah.
I feel like Viper did his job, you know, but I feel like when we saw like the playmaking potential, it really came from Delight. I think mid jungle obviously had a pretty great series overall, but I think so many of these engages being set up were from Delight.
And who could blame for not having a great performance on Camille? It's a champion that's not really normally played in the support role and didn't go so well.
And even then, he still jumped that smolder, pressed R every fight, died, and set up the play. So, you know, I can't blame him.
All right, let's get to your comments here, our experts on the English broadcast. So let's start with you, Wolf. What was your comment for Delight?
It's a little bit comedic. Only Delight can make a cow move like that. It's supposed to say like that. Only Delight can make a cow move is what we got in the end. It didn't quite fit. Well, that was my intent anyway. He had some good moving in that.
Some good movement. Yeah, I love it.
All right, Ox. Let's see.
I have to follow that. Yeah, mine's just the animated carry is never safe for your engages. It felt like it was personal, felt like it was targeted. You know, there were so many times in every game where Delight just heat-seeking missile towards Duckdom.
It's almost as if Duckdom couldn't move out of the way.
Yeah, made it seem a little bit like that. Yeah, I mean, even the Camille one, when it felt like the Camille was just getting exploded. He would just jump in on the smolder, press R, job done.
All right. Cronny with his comment on his final cast here at LOL Park. Surely now he will get his POM. Absolutely. He did in a dominant fashion. All the experts were able to pick that one. Jonah Strong also an expert. Sorry, Jonah Strong. Almost all the experts getting that one as well.
Seeing Soup and Chichichik on experts?
I would say it, yeah. But they're getting there. They're getting better.
Yeah.
There's improvement being made.
Let's take a look at the Korean broadcast, what we had there from our friends Helios going with Rakan, Rel, Camille, a brilliant engage from Delight. And I think that's a really good kind of line of thinking there. Engage supports, that's definitely...
He didn't play Rakan.
Delight.
Yeah, but he does play Rakan, so like, you know... He's quite known for playing Rakan.
Yeah, he is, but he played Alistair in game 1, and it was Peter who played Rakan. I think that was.
He said no to Rakan.
There's a bit of a mix-up, I think, maybe on that comment. I'm calling a fact check on that comment.
Helio.
You know, on that comment.
Helio. Everyone in the chat,
like that. I think it looks correct.
This is accurate. This one has been fact-checked, and we can say this one's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
actual
Chad mode, indeed. There, Prince calling that one out. Let's see what else that we had from our Korean side. That definitely watched that game and got the order of champions played correct. Super carry. Cloud Templar just keeping it nice, short, and quick.
Yeah, hard to get this one wrong. You know, fact checked. Also, he did do some great carry.
Now, if he had said 80 carry, that would have been incorrect.
That would have been incorrect.
Yeah.
So
was it? Because Camille does do 80 damage.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say, especially with the lower economy, it wouldn't really classify as like an 80, especially because the term 80 carry has kind of come to mean more like a marksman. So we can move on.
Our damage in that game? I think he was the one doing the 80 damage.
All right. Yeah. And then one more. Should have one more here. Pony with great games from strong teams always end with the support and jungle finishing the job. But Delight gets the vote here by Pony.
Pony getting it, you know. A lot of talk about. We talked about at the start of the day, you know, jungle impact in the meta, but also support setting that up. Yeah, again, I can factually approve of this comment.
Yeah, it was them. getting it done.
So only one factually incorrect comment on the day.
Helios.
Small discrepancy.
Too much
Small
time
discrepancy.
playing TFT. Not even, his brain wasn't ready. He was just thinking about the, Battle Academia Rakan too much. So we do have an interview here lining up in just a second as Peanut has spent a whole long career here in the LCK, also abroad. It has been nothing short of brilliant, and we will have the opportunity to chat with him starting right now. So please welcome to the stage Peanut here from Hanwha Life Esports. Oh, there he goes. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
감사합니다, Peanut 선수. 축하합니다. Congratulations on making it to the finals.
Thank you.
All right, so with the win, you're now one win away from your 8th LCK title. How do you feel?
네, 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이제 8번째 LCK 우승까지 단 1승 남았는데요. 소감이 어떠신가요?
사실 3대 0으로 이겨서 그런지 조금 어제까지만 해도 제가 끝났을 때 어떤 감정일까 진짜 많이 궁금했었는데 확실히 좀 약간 뭉클해지는 게 없지 않아 있긴 하지만 그래도 조금 3대 0으로 이겨서 덜 한 것 같고요. 그냥 지금은 너무 후련하고 꼭 우승을 해서 더 의미 있는 마무리 하고 싶다는 생각뿐입니다. 네.
I don't know, maybe because it was a clean and quick 3-0, because yesterday when I was thinking to myself, I was like I was wondering the emotion that I'm gonna go through after having my last low park match. But it was a very quick 3-0 for me actually, so it feels so good. And then all I'm thinking is I really want to win it all. I want to go all the way to the finals and win the trophy and have a really great ending here.
Well, a lot of people, I tweeted out your gifts that you brought to LOL Park, which were amazing, that you brought for the staff, thanking them for so many years of their effort. But a lot of the audience don't know why you were bringing gifts. Would you like to share why you brought gifts to LOL Park today? You already kind of alluded to it.
또 이제 현장에 계신 모든 스태프분들을 위해서 선물을 돌려주셨는데 오늘 선물을 돌리신 그 이유가 무엇인지 글로벌 팬분들께도 한번 설명 부탁드립니다.
롤파크에서 제일 신세를 많이 졌으니까 제가 여태껏 스태프분들한테 따로 이렇게 뭔가 감사 인사를 못 드린 것 같아서 그냥 마지막이니까 좀 너무 감사했다고 실제로 생각이 들어서 뭐라도 하고 싶어서 좀 갑작스럽게 며칠 전에 생각나서 하게 됐습니다.
Not long ago, but I realized I was able to reach here because of all of the hard work from the staff at Lowell Park, and I've never gotten a chance to actually appreciate their work. So I wanted to give them a little gift to show that I'm really grateful of their hard work. So that was a little gift from me.
Oh, that's very thoughtful, very sweet of you. Thank you so much for the gift, and I'm sure everyone here at LCK is very thankful for that. Now, you've played across so many different teams throughout your career, but you've also been able to forge so many different relationships with different players. What did forming those relationships through competition mean to you?
또 피넛 선수 정말 많은 팀에서 활동하셨고 수많은 타이틀을 거머쥐었는데요. 그 과정 속에서 정말 많은 팀, 많은 선수분들과 유대감과 관계를 쌓으면서 활동해 왔습니다. 이런 과정이 피넛 선수에게 어떤 의미를 가졌나요?
진짜 어린애 사고뭉치의 사고뭉치는 어린애를 좀 진짜 조금이나마 이제 사람으로 만들어준 것 같고요. 어른으로 만들어준 것 같고요. 덕분에 너무 많은 경험을 하고 너무 많은 사람들을 만남으로써 제가 인간 한항호도 많이 성숙해질 수 있었던 것 같고 그래서 그런지 이렇게 제가 프로게이머가 다 끝나고 나서도 이런 경험들을 바탕으로 좀 잘 살 수 있지 않을까라는 그런 자신감도 생기는 것 같습니다.
When I just started, I was a troublemaker, but all the youngs around me really helped me become more mature. So with that experience, I think I have grown so much. So with this grateful people around me, I'm very confident that I will be able to build another great life after my professional career.
You know, as a player, you've achieved so much success for such a long span of time. And League of Legends is now bringing newer players into the pro field. So what advice would you give for the younger generation of players striving to have a career like yours?
또 정말 오랜 시간 동안 훌륭한 커리어를 이어왔습니다. 피넛 선수가 걸어간 그 길을 걸어가고 싶어할 신인 선수분들께 조언 하나 해줄 수 있다면 어떤 말씀을 하실 건가요?
일단 첫 번째로는요. 운이 진짜 많이 좋아야 된다고 저는 생각하고요. 저랑 비슷한 길을 걷고 싶다면 진짜 운이 많이 좋아야 된다고 생각하고 두 번째로는 좀 제가 남들보다 조금 달랐던 거는 남들이 즐기고 싶은 거, 뭐 가지고 싶은 것들을 좀 많이 참으면서 생활을 했던 것 같아요. 그것만큼은 자신 있게 말할 수 있어서 네, 두 번째가를 좀 쉽지 않겠지만 네, 잘 신경 썼으면 좋겠습니다.
First and foremost, you really gotta be lucky in order to go to the path that I walked. You really have to have a good luck. And secondly, what I can say for sure is I had really good discipline. So whenever I wanted to do what others are doing or, spend my time somewhere else, I didn't. I locked in. I always focus on what matters the most as a professional player. So you have to keep that in mind.
With so many moments that only other pros can dream of, bringing up a few would be difficult. But when you think about some of the greatest moments in your career, what comes to mind?
정말 많은 프로 선수들이 꿈꿔온 그런 무대를 많이 밟으셨는데요. 하나만 뽑기는 어렵겠지만 좀 가장 기억에 남는 그런 순간들이 있다면 무엇일까요?
너무 많이 남고요. 당장은 네, 당연히 오늘 경기가 제일 의미 있게 남을 것 같고 마지막을 계속 다가갈수록 LCK 결승전이 제일 마지막에 또 남을 것이고 그 다음에 무대인 롤드컵이 제일 많이 남을 것 같아요. 근데 이번 연도가 확실히 조금 마지막이라고 생각하면서 대회들을 치르다 보니까 기억에 많이 남는 것 같습니다.
Of course, there's so many, but right now, the match that I played today, the last match at Low Park, means the most to me. But I know LCK Finals is right ahead of me, which is very important, and then Worlds is around the corner as well. I came in this year thinking that this is going to be my last year, knowing that it's going to be my last. So every moment kind of meant a lot to me, and I'm going to keep on going forward.
Well, you definitely mean a lot to all the fans from around the world. Speaking of LCK and Worlds, this is your last run here for both LCK One Game Away Worlds in the future. How are you experiencing this specific run differently than the many times you've done it in the past?
말씀하신 것처럼 이제 LCK도 단 한 경기 남았고요. 월드도 마지막 도전이 될 텐데 그런 만큼 올해 어떤 마음가짐을 가지고 들어왔는지 이전에 그런 마음가짐과 어떤 점이 달랐고 어떤 경험을 하고 계셨나요?
사실 마음가짐이야 당연히 마지막이니까 열심히 해서 좋은 성적 내자 이 정도로 간단하게 생각하고 있었고요. 크게 달랐던 거는 이제 대회를 이기거나 특히 질 때 예전에 같으면은 기회가 있으니까 다음 기회가 있으니까 훌훌 좀 더 털어버리기 쉬웠다고 생각하고 실제로 그런 생각으로 했었고요. 근데 올해 같은 경우는 이제 경기들을 질 때마다 이제 나는 기회가 없구나라는 이런 생각이 정말 저를 좀 확실히 좀 슬프게 만들었고 이런 거는 이제 경험해보지 못했다 보니까 제가 프로게임 하면서 진짜 좀 저를 많이 감성적으로 많이 만들었던 것 같아요. 네.
Well, I always, keep the same mindset, But this year for sure, I was like, yeah, this is my last year. Let's just grind and accomplish whatever I want to. And then the biggest difference was that, especially when I was losing, back in the days, I was like, yeah, I have one more chance. Maybe next time I'll do better. But knowing that this is my last year, like my last chance, whenever we lose, it hits me harder. Like back in the days, I was able to shake things off really quickly and then pick myself up together. But I have become a lot more emotional because I knew this is my last year. So that was the biggest difference.
Chat's really emotional right now too. Finally, on the wall, we've had photos of your career, the many different teams that you've been on. What kind of memories come out when you see not only Hanwha Peanut, but also Genji Peanut, Nongshim Peanut, LGD Peanut, Rocks Tigers Peanut? What memories come out?
정말 모든 추억을 좀 돌이켜 볼 수 있는 이런 사진들을 준비해 봤는데요. 보면서 좀 어떤 감정이 드시는지 좀 기억에 남는 그런 순간들이 있었는지 궁금합니다.
이렇게 많은 팀들에서 또 많은 팀들에서 한 것뿐만 아니라 또 좋은 성적까지도 많이 냈던 것 같아가지고 굉장히 자랑스럽고요. 뿌듯합니다. 뿌듯하고 많이 젊었었던 것 같네요. 옛날 사진이 보니까.
Yeah, I've been in a lot of different teams and I'm very proud, not only in the LCK but also in other region I was able to, reach somewhere really high. And looking back at those old photos, well, I do look really young. So.
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, just impacting so many different teammates, fan bases as well. So just any final words that you have for the global audience that have supported you with over the 10 years of your career.
또 수많은 팀들뿐만 아니라 정말 많은 전 세계 팬분들에게도 엄청난 영향력을 선사해 주셨습니다. 마지막으로 시청해주고 계신 영어권 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
너무 하고 싶은 말은 많지만 네. Thank you for everything. Yeah, thank you. Thank you everyone. Yes.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Also the fans out there in Lowell Park that have come out to watch and support you. They stayed late after your victory. Again, Peanut, congratulations on all the success, being a role model for so many different pro players, and best of luck in the LCK finals over at Inspire Arena.
Thank you.
All right, chat, you know what to do. Let him know. I'll show him here. I'm showing him here. Look. Everyone is coming to cheer for you right now. There it is. All the hearts.
I got it. Thank you, everyone.
All right, everyone. Again, one more time for Hanwha Life Esports All-Pro Jungler. It is Peanut. Congratulations. Thank you. And with that, that concludes Hanwha Life versus KT. It was a clean 3-0 victory for Hanwha Life Esports against KT. The roller coaster did not even have a chance to get going as the defending champions of the LCK continue on and will be one win away from going back-to-back and the first winner of our very long season, the one true LCK champion, one legacy to be written.
KT fans, remember the lower bracket series against T1 where they were unable to make it to a finals. That was the closest they've been to a final since 2018. They were as close starting this series as they were back then, just one series away. They have another chance, but we'll see if they can get it back together because this was not the performance we saw against Genji.
Yeah, let's fly those predictions once more while Ox tells me about predictions, his prediction.
Look, I think I'm seeing the issue here, right? How many people predicted KT when they beat Genji, Dagon? 0. And how many people predicted KT today? 3.
More than 0.
Exactly. So I think expectations for KT going down, which means chances maybe going up, that's how it always goes.
I also think Chronicler picked a 3-0 victory.
It's always his fault.
It's always
There's so much.
The final buff. Fans at home, if you want your team to win, you better be nice to Chronicler on Twitter. He holds the power for that. So,
I would honestly just keep well away from Chronicler on Twitter right now. He's kind of lost it a little bit.
He knows.
Save distance.
He knows. Oh man, I'm not sure if you guys just heard that on the microphones, but Peanut just went outside to the fans and they all just started screaming their heads off. All right, well, with that, it is Hanwha Life Esports in the grand finals over at Inspire Arena. KT will be there too in the lower finals. That was their prize for the huge upset over Gen G. But again, we're not done yet. We've got one more match this week, one more match to close out Lowell Park here in 2025. It is the big one. What has been the marquee rivalry in the LCK over the last several years, Gen G versus T1, but way earlier than what people expected here in the lower bracket round number 3.
And I think it's so significant because only one of these teams will be at the Inspire Arena. Only one of these teams will continue on with a chance to win the LCK. We only have a singular champion over the course of the year, and only T1 or Gen G after tomorrow will have an opportunity to contest that. So very significant match.
The more you show, the weaker you become against KT Rolls, who are waiting in that lower bracket finals. If they upset this time for the first time in a very long time, we don't have either T1 or Gen G in an LCK finals. That could happen. We'll find out. It's going to be a really, really cool remainder of the season. And of course, closing things out for Lowell Park for the year, with a banger marquee matchup like T1 Gen.G, we couldn't ask for better.
Absolutely, and those stakes higher as well for Worlds. It is the 4th seed compared to the 3rd seed. You get to skip plans. You don't have to play against the LPL squad. So a lot to play for tomorrow with T1 and Gen.G. One more time here from the space. It was a clean 3-0 Hanwha Life Esports against KT. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow to close it out from Law Park. Bye-bye.